Hey everyone, welcome to 3We. We're so happy to have you here. My name is Christian Brown and I'm joining you from Paris, France. I wanted to take a few minutes to talk to you about wellness and Web3. From the dawn of the internet to today, the web has pioneered countless movements, industries, people, ideas, and technologies. It created a sense of global connectedness during the most troubling days of the global pandemic, which is still an issue in many communities today. That said, we owe the internet much gratitude. And today, we find ourselves standing on the edge of another paradigm shift driven by technological innovation. We are seeing the rise of crypto assets, DeFi, blockchain, and the Metaverse. Here in Europe, organizations have invested billions into wellness and Web3 startups just this year alone. We know that it's a growing and sizable technology. We also know that it comes with its hardships for some people who have faced great difficulty and have suffered loss from this erratic technology that we're seeing. One of the things we want to do here at this summit is spread good information about wellness when it comes to crypto assets and blockchains, and also make sure that you are putting your wellness first before any of these other technologies, whether it be Web3 or the Metaverse. It's so signature and key, and certainly more important. Today, you'll be getting solutions on ways you can exercise wellness and healthier approaches to Web3, different than what you may hear from others. I hope you're ready. We have an exciting round of speakers coming up. And no matter where you are in the world today, we have a responsibility, you and I, as many of whom you may hear from today are leveraging the power of decentralization to break down digital barriers and challenge gatekeepers. We must not forget that behind every project and every screen is a human being. As we are building, let us build strong and build with wellness in mind. Again, welcome to 3We Summit. We welcome you from Paris, France, and may our gather be well.
Greetings and welcome to 3We. We're so happy to be here with you today as we explore and to better understand what do we mean when we talk about the dawning and the ultimate arrival of 3We. For many people will say that 3We is another Web3 discussion. It's not. If you think that you've come to an event that's guided in prosperity of wealth or how to accelerate and to create the greatest NFT that ever existed, you've come to the wrong event. But if you come to join us to better understand what the defining movement of Web3 is, and to understand best practices for sustainability, when we talk about blockchain and DeFi and DAOs and dApps and cryptocurrencies and assets, if you come here to better understand what it means when it comes to humanity-centered technology and what Web3 can do when it comes to sustainability, then you have come to the right event. There are already other incredible events that will teach you other things when it comes to Web3 and financial prosperity. This isn't that. Because I would submit to you that you cannot spend crypto if you don't have a planet to spend it in. Hello, my name is Christopher Lafayette, founder of GatherVerse. We're so happy to be here with you today. We've assembled a considerable amount of minds that come join us, to journey with us, and to explore and to better understand what we mean when we talk about Web3 and the Metaverse, meaning a virtual ecosystem of communication and interaction. With part of the mission of GatherVerse is to be so focused into bringing thousands of communities into the Metaverse and millions of people into the Metaverse safely, humanely. For decades now, we've put such great emphasis on hardware and software, where we should, which is important and keen. But ultimately, in the next steps of the progress of technology itself, we must consider for whom and why we've built these technologies. If it's solely for financial prosperity, then we've missed the mark. With all that we see that's happening in this world around us, whether we like it or not, it's arrived. With great floods that are happening in this world, droughts, certainly across our land here in the United States, and perhaps even home, wherever you may find and call home to be. Great fires and devastation. And with the advent of the pandemic being the greatest disruptor of technology that we've ever experienced, contemporary to our time, I believe that many people are asking, what have I been building and for what? And with the time that I have to build, because we only have so much time for so long to build anything, what are we building and what are we passing down to the generations to come? What might that baton look like? What might that baton be in this new virtual world, this new virtual economy that we're arriving into? Because we have become more virtual in the past 29 months than we have the past 29 years, and we aren't looking back. Remote distributed workforce teams and product delivery teams are still working from their living rooms, transmetropolitan across the world. And we think about the considerable opportunity that we've been imbued with when it comes to communication, which has been the greatest and accelerated development of technology that we've seen over the past 30 years. Now comes an opportunity to look at technology more than just a good for initiative. And let me be very clear. The moniker of doing technology for good or being stuffed between two hardware booths at an event, those days are moving forward and past GatherVerse. We believe that technology for good is an old way of thinking. We more so adopt and subscribe to the idea of technology for human sustainability. Why? Well, one, We can't look at these tools as getaways and ways for us to escape. We're not building the metaverse as a place to escape. We're using and building the metaverse as a tool to enhance this reality. The days of us looking that financial means would be the way for us to be able to explore further together. Well, we've seen a lot of heavy investments all but fail time and time again in pursuit of becoming a unicorn. But billions of dollars won't build the metaverse, and it won't build human sustainability. Humans build human sustainability. So I would lend to you and submit that I believe that over 1 billion hearts, then $1 billion. And at GatherVerse, we might be just that naive to pursue such ambitions. But our community is growing, and it continues to grow. But we can't share this story alone. We produce and work so hard with a hardworking team to make these events happen, and we make it for free. We're not asking for your money. But what we are asking for is your community. What we are wanting to do is earn your trust that we can become a human brand, not a gaming engine, but a human engine to you in this new virtual economy that we're arriving to. We need somebody to share the story of what's happening here. We can't always share it ourselves. We need someone to tweet. We need someone to share on LinkedIn. We need someone to make comments in this chat box sensibly, to engage in the dialogue with us. We ask this from you with humble hearts and servant leadership. One of the most difficult things that I've found in my career is servant leadership, is to help guide towards a better way. I know incredible people that are building amazing things, and we celebrate their success of incredible hardware and disruptive technology. There really are people building amazing things when it comes to Web3 and NFTs. NFTs are bad. NFTs are good. I know many artists that have benefited from NFTs and many artists that unfortunately haven't. The arrival of Web3 isn't here as we think that it might be, but it's in transition of Web2 to Web3. But we've not arrived where we think that we've arrived. And so many of the platforms and the companies that I see out there that claim to be decentralized, they look a lot centralized to me. When we talk about the freedom and the liberty of expression and owning our data and privacy, those are real things and a mission that many of us embark upon and strive to be able to do. And there are incredible platforms that exist today and now that no one knows exist that are so for this. And so we went on a mission to scout and to search. And some of those people are going to join us in these 2 days to express what it is that they've built and that they're working on. But there's also wellness, which is part of the 7 standard focus that we look at when we talk about the 7 standards of the metaverse itself, being humanity first and accessibility, because what's the point of having Web3 in the metaverse if we don't know how to access it? Or when we talk about education, to better understand when we do come in contact and understanding the colloquial metaverse and Web3, what does that mean to the ones that are arriving and to the technologies that are building it? Are we on the same page? And then we talk about equality. I think that speaks in and of itself and for itself. And community development, which is at the heart of GatherVerse, because at the heart of the metaverse is community itself. And of the very fabric material on which GatherVerse is founded on and made is community. For our ecosystem is not built of hardware and software. Ecosystems aren't only solely hardware and software. Ecosystems are people. And then we look at safety and privacy and safeguards that must be in place when we talk about the dawning and arrival of Web3 and the metaverse. Safety and privacy are exceedingly high on our list of observance and better understanding what that actually means in this very accelerated era that we find ourselves in. There was a time where many governments would say that their local technology hubs were more advanced in technologies than their governments themselves. But what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist? What happens when the very thing that we create ourselves becomes more advanced than our own capabilities and reckoning of understanding ecologically? And then the seventh standard is wellness. Because if you don't have wellness, then you do not have a metaverse. So when we talk about Web3 and we talk about DAOs and DeFi, and we talk about an opportunity for true decentralization and community and human centricity, what exactly are we meaning when we say these things? Soon, we'll be entering into hyper-realistic immersive simulated environments. Soon, there will be buy, sell, and trade ecosystems within these virtual environments, a thing that was only considered libertarian considerations a time ago, which is now becoming a reality because there's now enough people to ingress and egress into these virtual environments where people can buy, sell, and trade within these virtual environments. And they're going to buy, sell, and trade with not fiat currencies, but cryptocurrencies, assets, altcoins, meme coins. What does that mean for fiat currencies of the rupee and the euro and the pound and the dollar, the yen? What happens when I now can go into a virtual environment and spend and use a crypto asset and I can actually buy a commodity? I can survey a farm myself and pay the farmer in crypto, and that my produce will arrive at my own door with such a given relationship. And when we're in these virtual environments, buying and selling, exchanging goods with our crypto assets, what about the regulation? What about the fostering of public and private sectors within these virtual environments that we may find ourselves in? Who writes the regulations in these virtual worlds when we start looking at Web3? Who will oversee this? Now, I know that we may think that it's for someone else to figure out, but if we as technologists are going to build it, then we must share in the responsibility of maintaining the integrity of the current disposition of Web3 and the ecosystems itself. Now, some may disagree with me, and they're certainly with their liberty to do it because we do exercise autonomy in the technology that we build. We do care for an open metaverse, a true open metaverse, not just a closed metaverse environment. We do absolutely agree on the same page of having autonomy when it comes to privacy and safety and owning our own data. Yes, we do. But social responsibility and impact, the need to be able to look at how can we leverage this technology to be able to address some of the common things that for so long we've seen, such as Pakistan, a third of it being underwater. We've never seen things like that before in a matter of days, with over 30 to 50 million people displaced. And what do we say of Ukraine and the war that's happening? How might this technology leverage that for good and better in the families that have been so devastated by what's happening? What does it say about care and compassion and everything that we build? Can't that be an essential ingredient and just as relevant as any hardware, a Raspberry Pi, an Arduino, some gadget? What about human compassion? I'm not afraid of this journey, and I know that I'm not alone. There's so much to share, And we have even more great announcements that's coming in the weeks to come. But for now, we're getting ready to introduce you to several people that are coming up. We have a very special person that's getting ready to speak for a moment, and then we're moving on to our roundtable discussion and other talks. But here's what I ask of you now. Share the story. Tell somebody that there's a group of people today and tomorrow and the days to come that care about humanity first standards over the next unicorn. That there are those who want more for what we do and for what we build. And to our children and their children and future generations, that there was a group of people that really contended with what wasn't popular because they saw something further in the distance of what might happen if we don't begin to rally at this point in present time that we find ourselves in. I'm so grateful and thankful to be here with all of you and to share these moments together. We hope that you share your hearts and minds. And with us, we'll approach this sensibly. And together, may our gather always be well. Thank you.
Namaste from India. This is Vishakha Jain reporting at the 3We, a Web3 summit. Today, we will see many technologies coming together and being churned into a cohesive whole at this summit. The goal behind bringing all the technologies together is one, making the digital universe a safer place for everybody consuming it. Because today we have technology at almost everybody's fingertips, isn't it? And everything that uses security or technology has data involved in it, and data is the new oil. So let us talk about what are things that we can do to protect our data. We can go through measures of data privacy, which is all about access, use, and collection of data, and the data subject's legal right to the data. Data privacy is also concerned with the cost if data privacy is breached, and such costs include the so-called hard cost, which is the infamous financial penalties imposed by regulators, compensation payments in lawsuits such as non-compliance with contractual principles, and soft cost, which is the reputational loss and loss of client trust, to name a few. Safety in cybersecurity is the safe and responsible use of information and communication technology. And an effective security strategy uses a range of approaches to minimize vulnerabilities and target many types of cyber threats. Detection, prevention, and response to security threats involve the use of security policies, softwares, and IT services. However, there are many myths that exist in the world of cybersecurity. Let us look at some of them and also the facts about these myths that cause the companies to ignore the IT infrastructures, or worse, make them think that the current IT infrastructure is sufficient. The first myth, that cyber attackers do not target small and medium-sized companies. The fact is, small and medium-sized companies think that they have a natural shield against cyber threat because they're so small and think no one cares about their data. But the truth is not it at all. Cyber attackers often do not target specific companies. On the contrary, they want to attack everything that comes under their radar and increase their profit. And small and medium businesses also automatically find themselves in the middle of these attacks, as they often do not have advanced security software and specialized IT teams. As a matter of fact, it should be underlined that they are taken for granted by hackers because they are not good enough in terms of cybersecurity. The next myth, that strong passwords are enough to prevent data breach. The fact is, companies think that internal passwords created with standard procedures are strong enough to keep their workflow secure. This is also wrong. Using strong passwords, applications should only be considered the first step, and multi-layered security measures such as two-factor authentication, database access monitoring, and data masking should be restored to. The next myth, that only certain industries are vulnerable to cyber attacks. The fact is, some companies think that cyber criminals will not target them because of the industry they operate in. Again, some companies think that do not have data worth stealing. They're both wrong. All companies contain chunks of sensitive data that are worth stealing, including credit card numbers, address details, and personal information. That is why companies with relevant sensitive data, not just specific industries, are highly attractive for cyber attackers. The next myth, cyber threats come from outside. The fact is, cyber threats do not always come from outside. On the contrary, they are mostly built on conquering the castle from within. Of course, external threats should be carefully monitored and controlled. But denying the existence of internal threat is one of the biggest mistakes made. Internal threat can arise from a deliberate attempt by an employee seeking financial gain or revenge against the company, or from a mistake made by an employee who has not received adequate cybersecurity training. Next myth is that antivirus and anti-malware software are enough to keep us safe. The fact is, this is almost impossible. Antivirus and anti-malware software, without leaving any room for doubt, is necessary to ensure the security of our company, but they are not enough on their own. Two types of software cannot protect your entire IT infrastructure against cyber threat. Therefore, we should have a comprehensive cybersecurity solution that not only includes basic software and hardware support, but also includes a multi-layered data access security structure and employee training. The last myth that I would bring to the table is that the fact that organizations and people think that we have provided full cybersecurity, everything is now okay. This is wrong. You should see cybersecurity as a process, and also always keep in mind that you may encounter newer and more complex cyber attacks, and you should always try to improve your data security infrastructure. For this, you can use privileged access management applications. These are the few things that I wanted to bring to book as you go on learning from this esteemed summit about the various technology, to keep in mind how can we protect the ever-changing and ever-evolving dynamics of technology. Because at the end of the day, security is everyone's business. And when you stop thinking, the attacker starts thinking. Continual learning is the way, and being vigilant is the only way out. I wish you a very happy learning experience. May our gather be well. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome. We're here and we've arrived to a very special roundtable discussion here at 3We Summit, brought to you by GatherVerse. We have incredible minds with us today to speak on the subject and the understanding of wellness and the approach to Web3. We have those that have assembled with us, you and the audience that's with us, to better understand that when we talk about Web3, what do we look at it from a wellness lens? It's going to be a very different discussion today. I'm so happy to be joined by those that are with us, Miss Mandy Morris, Allison Alexander, Evan Sittler, and Bei Wayne. Let's take some time and each person introduce yourself. We'll start with Allison and we'll move on, and then we'll move on to an engaging discussion.
Hello, everybody, and thank you firstly for the invite to be here. It's a real pleasure. I've been watching some of your sessions during from the day from other events, and they're amazing, really amazing. So thank you. I'm Alison, co-founder of MetaCampus, and at MetaCampus we're quite clear. Our mission is to unlock the human potential through the tools of the metaverse. Big ambitions, but we think we can do this through 3 pillars, which are around education, which we'll talk lots about, which is about transformation. That education leads to transformation of how we all do business, and then through the growth of new startups coming into the Web3. So that's what we do, but more about that as we go on.
Bei, let's turn it over to you, please.
Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be here again. We participated last year's GatherVerse event. It was truly a great experience. My name is Bei Wang. I'm based in the Netherlands, but I'm now also saying greeting to everyone from the 12verse. So I'm the co-founder of Straightfile Studios. We are a startup, a Web3 startup. We try to unleash the true potential of IPs, brands, and NFT projects in Web3 through creating digital content, immersive experiences, and long-term value for all stakeholders. At the same time, we also developed the world's first NFT social dApp. This is, you can call it a Metaverse or a mini 3D stage where you can tell your NFT stories. At the same time, I'm also a university researcher in the area of digital culture. So I'm very happy to join this roundtable discussion with everyone.
Evan, please chime in.
Yes, thank you for having me, and so great to finally see you over video, Christopher. I think we've been connected for 2 years on LinkedIn now, and it's finally great to be here. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of Expert VR. We're a Canadian-based virtual reality development studio working in the education space. So we work across North America creating custom education simulations, as well as now starting to create textbook replacements through virtual reality simulations. So really excited to be here and talk on the education side. And Allison, we'll have to chat later as well, because it sounds like we have some great connections.
Mandy, we're happy to hear from you.
Hey, Chris, thanks for having me back on. I enjoyed being on the roundtable discussion a few months ago at the other Metaverse, GatherVerse. Mandy Morris, I'm right outside of Atlanta, Georgia. I'm an executive psychology coach. I help executives understand their own psychology, break through barriers that they're having or don't know that they're having, and then help them create a more optimized internal self so that they can have a better mental health and better business. I'm also co-founder of Mosaic Counseling Group, which is my private practice, my therapy private practice. I've had that practice since 2014. Work with people of all sorts of stages of life and issues, from any sort of mood disorder to addiction problems to relationships, most of all the stuff. And then I'm also a EMDR clinician, which is one of the most effective trauma treatments that there are out there. Thanks for having me on, Chris.
Excellent. And thank you, everyone, for introducing yourselves. We're so very happy to have you. And it's time, let's chop wood and plant some seeds. Panel, I threw this out openly, and feel free if whoever wants to chime in. We look at Web3 and we talk about this, but I want to set the tone for this discussion and the whole summit moving forward of these next 2 days that we have together. And I want to bring it in from your lens, because it seems that around in every corner that everyone has a different perspective of Web3, rightfully so. But under the banner of wellness today, and I know that each of you will have something to contribute to this in a very unique and very different lens. It's one of the reasons why we assembled you as such. I ask, as our first question, from your own perspective, what is Web3 to you?
Can I just chime in?
Please, Bay.
Yes, because I'm both a practitioner and explorer of Web3 and Metaverse, also as a researcher. I'm constantly in this journey of learning by doing and doing by learning. And there's a lot of discussion in different branches. And I think maybe due to the area I'm working in, maybe we try to really look into a specific area. So for us, or for me personally, but also for my team, we look at Web3 as the face of where that the users is no longer the product on the internet, but we are the owners of the content. And because I'm also facing a lot of young students, we try to explain to them in very short and very easy language. And so I think the key words is about ownership. So again, it's about the users no longer being a product of the internet. Yes. In Web3, we own the content.
And before we have Allison chime in, because it seems like she's ready to leap in, our audience, I want our audience to put in the chat thread, join us in on this dialogue of this curiosity from your lens of those that are with us today. Give us a little few in the chat box. What is Web3 to you? Come as you are and arrive as such. Allison.
Thank you. And I feel I'm going to say a bit of what Bia said as well, but that's why we're all here on this panel, actually, because we have that consistency. But for me, when I think of Web3, I think Web3 is absolutely the vehicle for equalizing the globe and changing the world economics. That's like the big picture of how I like to think about it. But I think for me, overall, my word I love most is about it's empowering. And I think it's empowering for what we've heard, that it's about the ability. I really love your statement, not the product, but the owner. I was going to say, but to be able to own our own information, our own identity, anything that's ours, and to be able to benefit from it ourselves. So moving from that centralized, someone else is gaining from my likes and dislikes, to actually, I get to monetize that and actually learn and gain from that, which therefore for me comes back also to that empowerment and how we really can change the economics of the world. This isn't about a few, this is about the whole. But I think the bit about the wellness bit for me around what is the metaverse is if I own it, I can carry it with me. And therefore, I'm much more empowered, whichever country, whichever location I am, I can own my identity, I can own my assets, I can own my credentials, and I can own my resource. And that puts me in a really powerful position. So for me, that's how I like to see it.
Mandy, I must ask, and I'm bringing it up to the forefront of highlight, as young Christian Brown and brought to us in the opening remarks in Paris, expressed to us about the importance of not putting Web3 in front of our health, but making sure that we're mindful of our health and our wellness in the approach to Web3. And there's a lot of people that have invested heavily in crypto assets. We find ourselves in a very interesting situation. Some would say that we're in what's called a crypto winter. And we see that a lot of people have lost not just a few hundred thousands and millions of dollars, but we're talking billions of dollars from these investments. And so it comes at a heavy toll. It's a very rapid and very volatile technology. Of all the technologies that abide within the greater eco habitat, I would submit that those that are within the Web3 sphere happen to be exceedingly volatile, but there's great lucrative promise and opportunity. Mandy, I ask you this. Wellness in Web3, from your lens, as someone that works with an incredible amount of professionals every day when it comes to wellness, what does that look like?
Yeah, so there's so much I could say to that. So I'll try to condense as much as I can and then hopefully get into some more. So we are trying to keep up with our technology, and it's ever changing very quickly. And that in and of itself is a good thing, and it's a difficult thing. It's like all the superpowers that we have, so to speak, there's also the kryptonite to it, right? And just as a few quick stats, just from 2019 to 2021, again, other factors other than being online going into this, but 500% increase in mental health problems just in that short period of time when the pandemic happened. And then things became, the push for technology really accelerated even more. And the good part, as some of you were saying, is the social and financial investment that's happening from the Web3 development and, Metaverse is amazing. And it's going to give wonderful opportunities, as Allison and Bay were saying already, for the individual. However, there's real neurobiological issues that are happening that people, I hope, can be aware of and get education and support around, just by the mere nature that we're not having face-to-face relationships as much. There's a reduction in that. There's a reduction in meaningful activity outside of being online, which leads to lower self-esteem, more internet addiction issues, things like that. Literally to the point where when we are interacting like this, our brain isn't recognizing it as a primal way of, or our primal brain isn't recognizing it as a way of socialization. So our need to have that balance is going to be so important still. Well, this is going to be there's no way around it. This is advancing, it's going to happen, but there's going to need to be some real, very thought out systems in place to help people. And we really need more networks that are going to serve as a platform that specialize in digital mental health.
Indeed. Thank you, Mandy. Evan, turning the light on to you. You are an expert in XR. And audience, for those that are joining us, you've arrived at 3We, a discussion on wellness in Web3. And when we talk about XR, it's an acronym of extended reality. You may be more familiar with it, many of you, when we talk about virtual and augmented reality. And a central part of when we talk about the metaverse, if you will, which is slated and forecasted by 2030 to quite possibly be a $13 trillion plus economy, such an economic engine for these times. And when we talk about virtual beholdings, if you will, as we get here, correspond with one another in virtual settings, which has become more familiar with us than it has been in times past. Evan, from an XR narrative, looking at the marriage pairing of Web3 and the relatability of XR, and I've known you to be an essential and very forefront leader in XR with good regard. What are you looking at when we look at Web3, XR, and community?
Well, first off, thank you for saying that I'm a forefront speaker in the space. Coming from yourself is an honor. I think it comes back to what Mandy was saying there about balance. There's just so many new technologies that are impacting us. And when we look at the XR, I look at Web3 and XR as the next evolution of the internet and just making everything more accessible, engaging, and impactful. And we have to look at how are we using that technology now that it is more accessible, that it is more engaging, which could be more addicting when we look at like how TikTok's taken off right now. Imagine 10 years down the road when we're all in an AR headset or XR headset that has AR capabilities and we can't turn it off because it's always in our peripheral vision or things along those lines. So it's really about finding that balance. But I think the technology can have that impact, like Allison was saying, of it can reach that worldwide accessibility if we do it correctly, and it can engage people in something that could be bad, but it can engage people in education where they're now learning new skills that they can apply in the real world, and then having that impact. It can either be a good impact on somebody's life, but then yes, there are a lot of possible downsides of that impact. So it is really about finding that balance ourselves as creators and developers, and how do we push that balance on people and make sure that they're educated on how to have that balance, but then also as an individual looking at how are you using this technology and how do you have that balance, kind of like a work-life balance, but an XR Web3 balance and life balance.
Indeed. Allison, is the future of Web3 sustainable?
Well, I think it depends on many things. I think we'd all want to say absolutely yes, it is, but to do that, we've got to do a lot of work, haven't we? Because if we look at how much of the world, the globe, is engaged in Web3 at the moment, it's tiny. And if we're going to bring everybody on and have mass adoption, we need two things. We need the whole concept of education, and I see education in the sense of gaining new knowledge of what is Web3. And many people will say the lingo, what all the different bits of knowledge are. I see it as learning the tools, learning how to actually engage with Web3. You can't engage without it if you don't have wallets and understand blockchain and Metaverse. But the most important thing for me is the education around the culture. We're talking about a whole new way of being, and therefore you can't just acquire new knowledge and therefore then operate in a different way. You actually have to really help people understand that we are moving from a centralized to a more decentralized way. And actually that means a whole new way of being in the space, engaging with people as well. So I think we need to do a whole lot around that element. We need to do a whole lot around scalability. And then we also need to do a whole lot around interoperability. And the reason I focus on that element is because if we want Web3 to be accessible and inclusive, we have to secure interoperability so I can travel across the platforms, I can take my assets anywhere, and therefore I don't have to duplicate that. And therefore that makes that easier. So I think for me, it's education, it's scaling up, and therefore it's about interoperability. And the final bit is about equipping future generations with the career opportunities that exist in the Web3 environment.
Indeed. Much of what you said, Allison, and thank you, really speaks to an open metaverse when we start talking about interoperability, of virtual ingress and egress. For the audience with us, it lends to ask, what is the metaverse to you from your lens? Get us in that chat box and engage with us on that discussion. Bay, Straightfire is building very advanced technology along with MetaCampus and a host of other different platforms that have come to sojourn with us. Straightfire is very advanced. We had an opportunity to hear from Straightfire earlier, as you said, in the year at our annual summit at GatherVerse 2022. Allison mentions education. Here we are building incredibly advanced technologies. Evan, you know about this as well. And these technologies are not a thing where it's a few months and we see incremental advancements alone. We're seeing great shifts that are happening and sizable with great traction and adoption. Yet at the same time, some of these technologies within the Web3 sphere and the metaverse, if you will, are difficult for not only the consumer to wrap their mind around, but also for the technologists themselves. How do we keep up as a platform that is building incredible technology, what does that look like from straight fire, from your lens, to bring people and not leave us?
Well, to be honest, we are not, our goal is not to really like keep people on one platform. Because for us, the metaverse is, there's one metaverse and it's ever changing, ever evolution. And Alison just mentioned interoperability. We see different platforms out there. And I think that is the direction that it's truly create this decentralized, but also creator-driven that's experience. And for us, actually, we tend to kind of use the development of the platform StraightFire to also show a minimum viable metaverse experience, because we feel like in the past years, we already see here and there a different viable metaverse experience, because it's not just like one platform, but it's currently what we are having. This experience is also a kind of metaverse experience. It's about our Zoom call. It's about our online shopping. It's about the immersive experience that education world we're trying to create, for example, to get our students to learn about history. It's also the efforts like from the health world that they are trying to create like remote diagnose. So for us, it's we just want to be part of it. It's not like we try to dominate a platform on that. And I think that is, again, should be open-mindedness for everyone. And one thing I want to also share with you is while I'm also teaching my student, or not teaching is a big word, it's trying to inspire our students to also one fundamental kind of, I would say, a perspective I said is try to be open-minded, and also it is a going process. It's not like there's a certain phase and this is the end goal. I think this is just the beginning of everything. And also we want the student to especially pay attention to the narratives, because if the narratives is very one-sided, then that is not the direction it's supposed to go. Because again, we talk about decentralized, it's a democratization of the platform. So yeah, I just want to explain that.
Alison, decentralization. Can you give us something on that?
Decentralization. I mean, I think this is something that everyone is going to have to get their head around at the moment, whether you're a brand jumping into a metaverse and suddenly thinking, oh, I'm going to set up a shop front that resembles what it looks like in the high street, that I would say in the UK, or it's going to be a college campus. Actually, people who are really engaged in Web3 are very much saying, we want to be a partner, and not a partner where we kind of just you own our data and you utilize that. We want to be here. We want to be helping to shape so that then this service really does meet our need. So for me, I believe that companies need to get their head around decentralization. We need actually even everyone. I mean, we're not used to it. We've grown up in an era where we've been centralized. Everything's been controlled and taken away from us. We need to understand what that means, and we need to know how to engage with it in that way. It also means communities are going to be established in which the balance of power will change, because actually where you might have had communities set up that were from certain groups, certain ethnicity, certain genders, all of this is going to change now with the onset that everybody can join. I won't say join the party. They can be in that community and they can have the opportunity to vote in that community, to have the power in that community, which could mean decisions we see are made can look very different when you have a much more diverse community making them, as opposed to what people would say we've all experienced with the centralized system, with what often people will say groups of white men making those decisions. Yeah. So I think we've got to be really aware that it's going to be fundamentally different.
Indeed. Mandy, hold, because we're getting ready to go and jump into a whole well of wellness. But Evan, first, Allison brings up community. Let's go back for a moment, shall we all? Let's go to Web 2. A big part of Web 2, we all know, or may not, audience, when we talk about Web 2, we talk about centralization. We see great mega platforms that have erected themselves on the face of this earth, if you will, that have brought in millions and billions of communities together, such as Meta and Twitter and Discord and so many other different platforms that centralize people in ways we had never really have ever seen before, through the annals of time, if you will, of exchange, of a communication. I bring this up is because we know that with the community fosters wellness. Evan, now that we're entering into a different sphere, from not only looking and staring at screens and touching screens and interacting with one another, but finding ourselves going into these environments and being in the experience itself. With XR specifically, when we look at community, because Web3 will thrive within these communities, are we seeing a healthy approach to the new community structure that's forming before our eyes?
Yeah, I think we're seeing both in different areas. I think going back to Mandy's point right from the start of our primal brains don't see this as a connection when we're just connecting over video. I don't know the exact scientific research into the primal brains of VR meetings, but I know our team at Expert VR, every Monday we meet in VR for our Monday morning meeting. We have our boardroom, whiteboards and everything, and then we'll go play a game afterwards. And I don't know, we'll fight dragons or play paintball or all kinds of different games we play every Monday. And having that connection where we're all jumping into a room, and the platform we use right now is called Remio. They have like a basketball court and a driving range and a bunch of different games. So we'll all jump in and people are playing games in the morning and we're chatting as we're playing games. And then we're like, okay, everyone's here. Let's go move over to the boardroom. And we all walk together to the boardroom and we have that meeting. And I know I'm part of a bunch of other like education communities where we meet up in VR chat or Altspace or different platforms as well and have those meetings. And I feel like having a community in that way, at least for myself, we've made much better connections, and it feels like you know that person, and it can be strange because you'll recognize their avatar, but maybe not recognize them when you see their photo on LinkedIn or something along those lines. And then you still need to build that human connection a little bit more of like the actual, what that person actually looks like and how they are in the real world, quote unquote. But I do think having that VR space to meet up builds much more of a connection, a much better community, and gives a lot more flexibility on what you can do in that space, and being able to have a space that is growing and evolving as the community grows and evolves as well.
Indeed. Thank you, Evan. Mandy, safe spaces. We talk about social media, of some spaces that aren't necessarily so safe and healthy. We talk about the advent of technology where people have found themselves quite uncomfortable in the XR space, yet some others have found themselves quite comfortable and find that it's a place where they can thrive in. You do a lot of listening, I suspect, in your profession to a lot of different people and a lot of observations daily, if you will. Our approach to Web 2, some might argue that it hasn't been the healthiest, in that we've been moving so fast with the development of technologies that have arisen that there hasn't been enough consideration for even regulation, let alone the understanding of emotional and mental wellness and community centralization. I bring this up is because we know that Web3 fosters communities. We're seeing communities pop up all over the place with crypto assets and NFT communities and artist communities. And now, even as of late, AI art communities are popping up everywhere, which will take this AI art and translate it into an NFT and run it to the blockchain to solidify that transaction. Mandy, when we talk about community, we know that it could be healthy and maybe not so healthy because of different social spaces and isolation. Bring us into your world of what you've been looking at in this Web2 view and help us to and guide us towards not making some of the same mistakes that we've made for years now, and so that we can make better steps. If you can equip us, we're listening.
Awesome. Thanks for that question. It's a big question with a lot of components to it, for sure. And, you know, as we've all been saying, this has such potential for so many good things. You know, the being able to interact with more community and have a better type of connection than what is already created online is very important. As you know, Evan was just saying, and the bond that comes from doing something more realistic within a community or with your friends or whatever it may be is a much better feel than just chatting through DM or doing something that's kind of secondarily removed from that. However, back to my earlier statistic and how much mental health issues have risen, no matter what the reason is. There is a lot of research that talks about the impact of social media on mental health and being online on mental health. And so that does play a significant part into it. So either way, there are severe mental health concerns happening globally in the world. And if this is the way our world is going, then there's going to have to be some sort of regulatory guidelines. What we've found so far is even within our own laws, you know, we'll take the state of Georgia. Our laws have not kept up to our technology. One of the biggest things that I see in my practice or working with young people especially is the grooming things that can happen, the predator, there's not enough guidelines around safety or regulations to even keep up with that. And so without awareness and education, and I have to educate my clients on what our laws are and then what is accessible on the internet, because they don't know, no one's teaching them that. And that's just one component of it. You know, in terms of mental health and communities as well, Web2 and the social media that we have now and things like that, it's very much designed to keep you hooked into it. So addiction to internet's gone up greatly. And especially aside from that, attention spans have gone down significantly. So people who are typically more focused and productive are finding themselves less focused and less productive. Now add someone on who has ADHD or anxiety who already struggles with that. So there's going to have to be understandings and support groups and education around all of these things around keeping it safe. I think having the guidelines, like if you have an art group or there's, a D&D group or whatever it is, that's now in the Web3, some form of very strategic and very concrete and specific ways to regulate that in terms of, language, in terms of what's being talked about, in terms of, what's picked up on what people are saying that could be of a emotional or mental health concern. And then all of that too, going back to, we're still neurobiologically wired for people in person and to be out in nature. And so a lot of this is going to be people having to understand what their limits are and what they aren't. I saw someone earlier had a question about balance, if it's something that can be learned or not. It absolutely can be learned, but it's a very personalized thing. I know that I have to be out in nature as a part of my medication, if you will, because it does good things for me, you know? And so there's definitely this balancing act that will have to happen with that. And there's so many things could go deeper into with that, but just those are my initial thoughts around it.
Where does one go that may find themselves, and Mandy, this is a follow-up for you, that may find themselves in a situation of isolation where they become inundated with this technology, which one can find themselves in such a position. What do they do to free themselves from such shackle?
Yeah. I just did an article recently called Linked and Lonely. We're connected more than ever, and we're also statistically the loneliest we've ever been. And so that says a lot right there. The good thing, though, is that teleservices are everywhere now. If you haven't been able to get to a therapist before, you know, because of where you're at, or maybe there's depression going on, so just the thought of even getting out feels like too much, or whatever it may be, you can now with a click find a therapist, reach out to one of them and start talking through what's going on, or a psychiatrist. It's very easy to get to now versus it wasn't before. And there's all sorts of online support groups that are there and in place. The National Alliance of Mental Illness, NAMI, that's a very common one that a lot of people know about. Psychology Today, they have a whole internet platform full of resources of therapists, support groups, treatment centers, clinicians, and a lot of these programs now have virtual components to them. So my encouragement to people is that if you're feeling that way, it gets worse over time if you don't do something about it. It's not like just a snap out of it one day type of thing, and to take your own emotional and mental wellness seriously.
Absolutely. Audience, for those that are chopping wood and planting seed with us, we ask that you share this story out to a neighbor, to a colleague, to your Twitter and LinkedIn. Let them know what's being said here. We need more hearts with us to share in this experience and also be able to like and subscribe with us here at GatherVerse. Let's move to the future. And this is a very interesting perspective lens that NFTs, non-fungible tokens, they're not new. In fact, most of these technologies that we're talking about, they're not new, they're emerging. And often a thing or event can catalyze and accelerate the emergence itself and really move technologies that have been sitting on the shelf and bring them into a future sense. In 2020, we found ourselves met with the pandemic, COVID-19, and that accelerated us into virtual communication. Whether we liked it or not, it's where we wound up. And for many companies and platforms, they found a great opportunity to thrive and to create even greater sustainability within the virtual hybrid workforce that now exists. And these are things that we weren't expecting to see perhaps maybe for the further years to come, but yet here we are. Now, I bring up the NFT because in 2020, not too many people were talking about it, but then circling into 2021, we saw such an accelerated discussion and so many financial transactions that were astronomically high that we haven't seen. And that was in the course of a turn of a year. And we're still seeing great acceleration and in some areas in respect, a slowdown. What is coming around the corner and what should we be mindful of? And I ask this in sincerity because those who are listening, we need to have a better sense on where we're going because the technology is moving so fast. And unfortunately, the curriculum and development and educational platforms move at such a slow pace to teach that in time or real time delivery is sometimes becoming the most efficient way for us to be able to get our information of this world that's become cutting edge. Bay, where are we headed?
Good question. And I do want to share it with you guys because my team and me in 2020, when we started to research on NFT, we actually identified 4 core, we call them the core values of NFTs. Back then, at the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021, we said the core value factors of NFTs are scarcity, utility, and then provenance, and then human emotion. So while we said that like more than a year ago, and then we actually see happen in the market that it kind of like go along this way. First, we have all these Bored Ape of this world. So it ticked the box of scarcity. And then because people all seek to like second market to try to sell because I hold the most rare one and then you see a lot of NFT projects starting to talk about the utility of it. And then, of course, we also witness a lot of very hollow promise saying, okay, you hold the NFT and you will lead to this. But there are some truths there. There's a lot of like good faith of the utility developments, but there are also a lot of them still speculative. And then actually right now we started to see the emphasis on provenance, because provenance is a word we hear a lot from the art world. It's about this origin, where it's from, and then the whole story goes it. And actually we also predict and foresee that the moment when we started to use less the term NFT, because NFT is the tech term, but more really like maybe using other terms to in different field, for example, digital collectibles or maybe digital membership. And we were at school also exploring maybe develop certificates as NFT, or even maybe future of our passport will be in NFT. So and also in the e-commerce world, there's a lot of cases you see like NFT is no longer being used as the word itself, but it's more like it's even giving out as free, almost like your access, your membership of a physical product. So I think those are very healthy development. So now this is how people started to develop the provenance. But then we think that NFT is very much highly bonded with the human emotion. And because back then we used the example, like for each of us, the products, physical products, the value of it actually means differently for individuals. For example, I would never care about a Tesla car because, or expensive car because I don't drive. And then I will treasure maybe an ancient antique watch more because it's from my grandfather. So if we treat our physical assets with a lot of emotion in it, I'm sure that will also reflect in how we see the digital asset, i.e. NFT. So there's a historically low side, I think, both in the crypto market or the NFT, but I'm sure that this is the right time to see the real like healthy development. Of course, there are still a lot of speculative. It's the same goes for any new technology. There are always the bad phase and good phase. So we think that the word NFT you will hear less, and then you will start to hear more and more maybe other terms. Until that moment, I think that is you can call it NFT 2.0. We are probably already in an NFT 2.0. And let's hope that it's going to truly go to a healthy direction.
Indeed, Bay. Thank you. Evan, the future of XR when it comes to community and wellness, what does it look like from your lens, and what would you prefer it to look like?
Yeah, great question. I think there's a great connection with what Bay was talking about with NFTs there. And I agree. I think the term NFTs we should get away from, because there's a lot of memes and it's just not very connected with what the rest of the world understands outside of technologists. So yeah, I think right now, how XR is being used in community is kind of like what I mentioned before. It's a great meeting spot. It gives you that better connection, a space where you can actually engage and do more than just talk and give presentations. You can build things together and plan greater strategies and all kinds of different things, as well as just play games together. I think looking towards the future, connecting in those other technologies like NFTs, it's how do you have like maybe a clubhouse or a space in XR where there's a public space where everyone has access, and then there's a gated space where you have to have an NFT or whatever we call it, and to gain that you have to give to the community in some way or contribute in some way or be involved. And by being involved and actually being part of that community and not just joining the Discord and sending one chat to say hello, then you get that NFT and you get special access to the community, as well as maybe more voting power, things along those lines. My one worry with that is obviously that could start to make sure some people aren't included, and we want to make sure that this technology continues to be accessible for the most amount of people as possible. So I think that benefit of having the special NFT to get into certain areas in an XR space in the community has to have certain goals that you have to achieve that anybody could achieve from anywhere in the world if they were putting in that sort of work into the community and giving back to the community in the ways that are outlined to gain that NFT.
Indeed, Evan. Allison, of corporations, of public and private sector, startups, if you will, meeting and building community within the metaverse and ecosystems, what does that future look like for you, and what would you like for it to be?
I think I want to say that I would like to briefly say something about what was just said about the NFTs, because I think what was being said was really great, and that's a way to get the public sector to adopt it. Because I think the problem is NFTs are seen as little pictures, or which will get you utility. I'm not undermining any of that. I've got loads on my wall, if you could see my wall, but actually we need people to think about it as non-fungible tokens. I think if we can get the public sector to recognize it as non-fungible tokens, the uniqueness of things, and that it can be contracts, and that it can be our identity, and it can be our certificates for our credentials, I think we could start to see much more mass adoption. And I think that comes to your question about, we need the public sector to absolutely look at Web3 in a different way, to see the benefits of Web3, and not just to be able to hold their meetings in and to have that kind of like real in life feeling or any of that, or to meet their customers and sell things to, but to really see the tools of Web3. And so for me, what we would see in the future is education systems across the globe are using the Web3 technology to teach children and young people about everything, whether it's finance, whether it's history, whether it's biology. Imagine having biology classes in the metaverse, or going into the metaverse to find out about history. You could bring it a lot more alive, and therefore you would make education more inclusive across the world as well by doing that. So I think we need large-scale adoption by public sector, and we need them to take strategic decisions about how the services that they control, which is our education and our health services, are going to utilize the Web3 tools to do business. We need to get them to see how, for instance, the health services across the world could utilize the NFT as a way to give everybody their health record. So it doesn't matter what country I go to or what state I go to, actually I'm carrying my health record and I can make that available and I can get the treatment I need rather than it being in one place. The same as educationists need to put our credentials as NFTs so that we carry them around with us. So if, for instance, I need to leave my country and I arrive at a new country, I'm not dependent on the state. I'm able to carry my identity with me and all my credentials. So I can then start engaging and making a contribution and earning my living in that. So we need mass adoption by the public sector. We need them to see how the tools could be much more effective in enabling them to deliver their work. I mean, if you imagine passport control, it was all on an NFT and we had that and we held that. You could actually, even environmental issues you'd start to address because you'd start to change how we do business. So public sector, we need them to really start taking strategic decisions about how they're going to utilize the tools of Web3. And in that way, we sometimes need Web3 people to be talking a bit more about how it's beneficial to the wider mass adoption and not just talk about crypto or NFTs in that way, because that won't make sense to a lot of people or they won't want to engage with that. So I feel it's kind of the coming together of the two. That's what I would like to see, a different conversation so that then the public sector and all the centralized bodies can benefit from the decentralized mindsets to really influence how we go forward as a society.
Alison, Evan, are there enough technologists to train and educate the public sector as a whole globally?
No. Not at all. So there are companies starting up now to get more and more people equipped to be able to do that. And that's again why we need educationists to look at how they're going to do that and to deal with the young people. And then those who are old, who are already in their careers, they need to start to have much more access to education to equip them.
May I add one thing, because I also really call for more interdisciplinary and also cross-sectorial discussion, because I think if we look at now, I have no tech background, where I noticed that the whole discussion in Web3 is sometimes either fully dominated with tech terms, or it's really much like focusing on very commercial and like financial emphasis. While I think go back to also what Mandy just mentioned, it is also very important to involve all the social, cultural, psychological, ethical, moral, and maybe national, transnational discussion in it, because there's so many different elements that deserved to involved in this co-creation of this is how the new technology, because it's not just the technology itself, it's about business, it's about society, it's about life. So I miss that part in a lot of discussion, because often it's very much like emphasized or like having this heavy lift on one side. And I think really love what Alison just mentioned, because mass adoption, we hear that all the time. A lot of people discuss that, but I think even it's not being discussed cross-sectorial, not interdisciplinary. So I think maybe that's the first step.
Mandy, it seems. Oh, Evan, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to quickly add, I would completely agree with Bay there, and it makes me think of like my grandma. She just turned 90, and 10 years ago, I wouldn't have at all wanted to give her a cell phone to try and teach her how to use that. But over the past 10, 20 years, technologists have been having those conversations with users, with industry to understand how they use this. And now it's so simple that I can hand my grandma who's 90 an iPhone and she can use Messenger to talk to the family or do a video chat and do those types of things. And it's that evolution of having those conversations to understand how do users use this technology, and how do we make it easy for them to use the technology?
So it seems to me, from what's been shared and submitted, that in order for us to scale with a sense of wellness and greater wellness, that a bit of education is going to be needed for public and private sector and for technology educational institutions to better understand where we're at with these cutting edge approach technologies within the ecosystem as a whole. Very enlightening. Mandy, I must ask that from your lens, is education the true path to better understanding wellness? And if so, what are the first steps from you with the few minutes that we have?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely think education is vital. You know, we have physical education in schools growing up, but we don't have mental health education in schools growing up, and that's a real problem. And a lot of people who lived with anxiety maybe, or whatever it may be all their life, who realized that as adults looking back, realized that, oh, I've had this for all my life. I just didn't know what it was. And so education is, and how we get education out to people and the various topics around, the education, like all those, Bay, I loved what you were saying of all the different categories of people that need to be a part of designing these educational systems and a way to get it out so that everybody knows about it. As far as like what it will look like, I think it's going to have to be something that's ever evolving and ever growing, and that needs to be at the forefront of whatever is created and is being done in the Web3. Earlier, you were talking, Chris, about the sustainability, and the sustainability is only going to be as sustainable as the people who are making it and creating it. There's so much increased burnout and, with the amount of, so people trying to keep up with it, creating their own technology to put into the Web3 and the mental health issues that come with that. So people are going to have to understand that taking care of themselves is priority for things in general to evolve and be successful. And so a lot of people don't know what that looks like, though. A lot of people don't even know what their own needs are, what their own emotional understanding is, or psychological understanding. And so it's really, in my opinion, I think a crucial part of the well-being of our future in general.
Allison, Evan, Bay, Mandy, we thank you for your time. We certainly could go the distance, but this is all we have for now. We want to wish you the best in your future explorations. We're so happy to have you be part of the GatherVerse community. To our audience, stick around. We have a lot more coming up, including Sandy Carter, the Senior Vice President of Unstoppable Domains. We're very much looking forward to her share. May our Gather continue to be well. Thank you, and we'll be right back.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, I am so excited to be at GatherVerse and to be able to share a little bit about blockchain and digital identity. My name is Sandy Carter, and I'm Unstoppable's SVP and Channel Chief, and in love with the Web3 space. If you want to ask me questions, since I know we're virtual, please reach out to me on my Twitter handle, Sandy_Carter, or basically Telegram, any other form of social media. So let's get started. I wanted to start out with a little story. Every Sunday, my daughters want pancakes. So we started this tradition at my house, and I would make them pancakes. Well, one day they came to me with this picture that they found, and they said, "Mom, can you make us this pancake?" And I said, "Of course I can make you that pancake." And this is what I came up with. I know you're probably sitting there laughing right now, but just know that this is a great MVP. First of all, my customers, my daughters loved it. They ate it, and they even posted it to Instagram. Oh my goodness. Two, any MVP has a little bit of lacking in the user interface department. And three, this is what innovation is all about. It's about experimentation, trying new things, pivoting when they don't work, so that you can make it better. And that is where we are right now in the Web3 era. I love to say that we're in the era of the dial-up, right? Where you hear that dial-up phone, but it's going to get better. It's going to be great. So I told you I was Sandy Carter from Unstoppable. I do want to, before we talk about how that experimentation really jives, I want to just tell you a little bit about Unstoppable, because I will be talking about digital identity and truth in advertising. We are a digital identity company. We have over 350 partners, 2.5 million domains, and we support over 10 EVM chains today. And our claim to fame is really around the support of digital identity, which we'll get into today. So I wanted you to know a little bit about our company. We just did our unicorn raise, and we just got named by Forbes as one of the top startups in the United States. So we talked a little bit about that, that innovation. And here's where I see that we are today. And I'm a very visual learner, so I wanted to show you this visually. I think about a layer cake in the center. And in the center, you see that everything sits on top of the blockchain. It's the bottom layer. It's that foundation, trusted, private, secure. Sitting on top of that is Web3, where digital identity and decentralization come in. Sitting on top of that are the metaverses. They bring in technologies like AR, VR, IoT, and artificial intelligence. Sitting on top of that is user interfaces, where if you are a startup, this is a great place for you to focus. Now, I'm not really sure how to draw this yet. Maybe you guys can tweet me some ideas. But those DAOs, I think, are going to be their new governance models. A DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. I think that everything's going to be kind of wrapped in a DAO eventually. And then, of course, on both sides, I have the two-sided marketplace. You could forget that two-sided marketplace and the network effect. On the left, the creator economy, very unique about Web3. Artists, musicians can play, as well as the digital network, which is that multi-sided consumption network. So this is kind of how I visualize what this whole marketplace is about. We are going to hone and focus on digital identity, but because the foundation is the blockchain, I really did want to start there for just a minute. So I love the blockchain. I went down the rabbit hole by first looking at the blockchain when I worked at Amazon Web Services. I had several customers and partners who were using the blockchain for things like supply chain or financial services. And I became a big fan. And why do I think the blockchain is so special? One, it has a degree of transparency. It's public and it's open source, even though it's a set of blocks of information. If you set your controls correctly, you can see the data. You don't always get to see the data, so you can have protected data, but it is available on the chain. There is user ownership. And for me, one word that describes Web3 is ownership. It's interoperable, so you can move it between applications. It cannot be changed, which is important because, we used to tell our kids, be careful what you post out on Instagram or Facebook. Today, we should be saying, be careful what's on your blockchain, and it is programmable. We today, as Unstoppable Domains, have over 1 million Unstoppable Domains minted on Polygon. You saw we had 2.5 million domains overall that are minted on a variety of things like Layer 1 as well. So now that we talked a little bit about the blockchain, just as a level set of why it's so important, it is trusted, it is private, and it is secure. It's what causes the value exchange to occur. Now let's move to Web3, which is this talk's subject, which is the digital identity. So first of all, let's talk about what is your digital identity. So let's imagine we're in the Web2 world. Oh, wait, we are. So we sign into Google with a username and password. We sign into Facebook. If we sign into Twitter with a username and password. And because of the convenience of signing in with a username or password, all the data about you stays with that application, or in some cases will be sold. In the Web3 world, now let's imagine the new world, you log in with your digital identity, but that digital identity is owned by you, not the application. So you use the same digital identity to log into every different type of application, and the benefit is that then you own the information. You control who gets to see it, when they get to see it, how much they get to see, and how they get to see it. Big difference. And that's what digital identity is all about. So let me show you my digital identity. Now, my digital identity here is built with unstoppable domains. So first that you'll notice, I have a NFT tied to my digital identity, which is sandy.nft. So sandy.nft carries my data with it today. I also have a subname, if you would, Pink Mamba, and I use that sometimes when I enter a metaverse or that sort of thing, but everything is tied to sandy.nft. Under that, you can see a set of wallets that I have that are tied to my domain or digital identity. And then over to the right, you see my social media presence is tied there. So my 86,000 followers or whatever I have today, my Tumblr, my LinkedIn followers are there, and I can choose to share that influence with another application. Also, my badges are there. I got an award for innovation. My NFTs sometimes will give me badges like Crypto Chicks or Lazy Lions. And then I also have a badge there from Unstoppable Domains. Down in the lower left, you also see a couple other elements about me. My website. Now, right now, that's my Web2 website, but soon, we just announced actually today, the ability to have multiple Web3 websites, which I'm real excited about, and the fact that I've done a humanity check proving that I am one person that's using this domain. So I can't have like several domains like you can with email, right? Over here on the right, you see my permission tabs. So now I can choose, what do I share with what application when? I could share my citizenship or not. I could share my social influence or not. I could prove that I'm a human or not. The point is that I am in control of those permissions, and I get to decide what I share, when I get to share it, how I get to share it. And I own this data, and I own my digital identity. Now, today there are over 35 million digital consumers, which is up 70 million since 2020. And we expect that number to go extremely high. In fact, I'm headed out to Token 2049, which is in Singapore. And we know that Asia is really leading the pack in terms of digital identities. But, you know, if you think about it, what can you do with that digital identity? Well, let me just give you some of the things now you can do with that domain and that digital identity. Well, one thing that you're able to do is now you can have a website. So just like you could with a Web2 domain, right? IBM.com, Amazon.com, I could have my website. Now with Unstoppable and a Web3 browser, Brave, I can now build my own website. So here you see a couple of examples. A thought leader, Tim Draper, he has timdraper.crypto. If you go into the Brave browser, you can see his website. One of my favorites, which I have shown here, is Unstoppable Women of Web3. And that particular website is for our group supporting women in Web3. You can also say, you know, I want to show my platform to share knowledge, cryptomoonwalkers.x. So you can actually set up any of your websites that you need to today using that domain. That's one of the utilities of that digital identity, using it to set up your website. You can also use that same digital identity now to email. So for example, using sandy.nft, I can now send an email to someone with our partner Skiff. That's end-to-end encrypted email, which is so very important. If I am a partner and I'm integrating with that, another Web2 feature is that I can now email someone on my newsletter, but I don't get to see the email, which protects my customer and keeps it all decentralized and private. So what else can I do with my domain? I can now email with it. I can now use that domain, sandy.nft@ud.me, to email someone as well. What else can I do? Well, I can also leverage that domain mobilely. So I can basically take that domain on the go. It provides backup facilities so that I can back up that domain. It also becomes my digital business card. So here you see my NFT, sandy.nft, and my QR code. So now when I go to, let's say, a conference, I can use that card and people can scan that QR code, and that QR code now shares information that I want to share, maybe my email, maybe my Twitter handle, whatever I choose to share from that card. So now I can also have a digital business card and back up all my information, take my domain on the go. I can now also use it to sign into a number of applications. In fact, almost 400 applications. This is one example. This is a Metaverse. So if I want to go into Atlantis Metaverse, I can go in there, and you see here on the right, I can decide what information I want to share with this Metaverse. Maybe I want to share a badge that will get me special rewards or special skins in this particular Metaverse. But I can take that same digital identity and I can now log into a finance application like Cook Finance. Same domain, same digital identity. I can now log into a DeFi or decentralized finance application. I can also now use it to do a Zoom-like meeting with Huddle that enables me to have that facility in a Web3 environment. Pretty cool, right? So now I can also use that digital identity to sign into all of these applications. Information that comes from that application, it can be stored in my digital identity. I just wanted to give you another example with a family wallet that we announced with Blue Studios. Kelly is amazing. She is the founder, co-founder, and helped to create something called a family wallet. We now use Unstoppable Domain, that digital identity, to be able, instead of typing in that long crypto address that you have to decipher, you can now use your name, sandy.nft, to transfer crypto from one place to another to buy an NFT. And what we've done here too is we now have created family DAO, decentralized autonomous organization templates that you can also use and leverage. There's so much power in this digital identity. And I believe that self-sovereign identity is inevitable, not just inevitable, but actually is a human right. Protection of your data is so important. Just as, if you think about coming into your house, you close your blinds, you lock your doors because you want to protect certain things and your safety. The same thing is true with your digital identity. Now you can protect what you want to protect. A funny story, we were driving the other day and my husband and I were preparing to go to a Texas party. We were in California. We lived for a long time in Austin. We love Austin. So we were talking about, what are we going to wear? Everybody was supposed to dress up. Should we wear cowboy boots? Should we wear a hat? What should we wear? We get home and almost immediately we saw Facebook ads, Amazon ads for Stetson hats, Roper cowboy boots, shirts with fringe on it. So obviously that information that I shared wasn't protected, and I didn't decide to share that. Others decided to share that on my behalf. Now you may be thinking, oh, that's no big deal, right? That's just information about you going to a party and the Stetson hat. But let me give you another scenario. A friend of mine, his son was just diagnosed with an illness. And it's really unfortunate. And his dad wanted to learn all he could about that illness. So he went out, started searching to read lots of articles. Well, what ended up happening? Unfortunately, he started getting ads about that illness. He started having different applications reach out to him. That information should have been private. He should have decided when he wanted to share that, not having others share that information about him. Now, what I've talked to you today is what's here today, right? What information we can protect today. But imagine what the future is going to hold. In fact, I often get asked, what's your favorite digital identity application? And I often say, it hasn't been invented yet because there are so many amazing things that are coming. Let me just give you two that really hold a lot of promise for me. One is healthcare data. I was just at NFT NYC a while back, met up for a half day with a group of healthcare startups. And when I met with those healthcare startups, what they're doing is they're putting your medical information on an NFT that would be stored in your digital identity. First of all, why would you do that? Like, what's the value point? Well, they shared with me that 60% of misdiagnosis comes from the doctor not having all of your information. He may have, a piece about your dental or your blood pressure or how you did on your last eye exam, but may not have all the data. And that leads to people being misdiagnosed. So all that information could now be shared on your digital identity, and you can choose who to share it with. Obviously, you don't want to share your blood pressure with your retailer, but you do want to share it maybe with a doctor if you go in for a medical appointment. So exciting. Another thing that I think is very interesting that is coming up as well are school transcripts. So my daughter recently took a class at a community college. I called to get the transcript, right? So when she goes to college, she can get credit for the class. And guess what they told me? Fax me your request. Fax. Like, I don't know how many of you even know where a fax machine is. That was the hardest part of the whole thing. I had to fax information in. They mailed me back a paper transcript that I now have to keep. But imagine we're working with a university that information will be in your digital identity, your diploma, your certifications, all that information will be with you. And then you can choose when to share it, how to share it, and you don't risk losing it like I might lose as well. So where should we be? We should be owning our own data. We should be able to choose who we want to share it back. And we should be able to give that power and that identity back to the people. That's why I'm so excited to be at Unstoppable, because this is our mission and this is our goal. I do have several different predictions about how this will happen as well. I do think that Web3 digital identity will become the gateway to the new internet, the new 3D re-experienced internet. I do think that Asia will be a leader in creating digital identities. And I'm already seeing Web2 companies piloting a lot of these Web3 concepts, especially around digital identity. And finally, last but not least, I predict that both decentralized and government-backed digital identities will continue to find new utility as we go forward. So hopefully this was a great 20 minutes well spent. My name is Sandy Carter. Again, I'm with Unstoppable Domains. You can reach me below at my Twitter handle, Sandy_Carter. And I hope that you took something away today. If so, tweet me, DM me, Telegram me, reach out to me in some way so that I can help you out. Thank you so much for your time today.
Welcome. This is Dr. Ingrid Vassiliou-Feltes. I'm currently the CEO of SoftThread, as well as the Chief Innovation Officer for the Government Blockchain Association, and serve as an advisor to the European Union Blockchain Observatory and Forum. I would like to thank the organizers for allowing me to share a few thoughts about the impact of Web 3.0 on the digital economy. Please allow me to share a brief keynote overview. First, I will highlight the global landscape we're witnessing. Then I will emphasize some of the challenges and opportunities that lie before us. And I will conclude with future directions we can all collaborate on. When we examine the global landscape, a few features are relevant. The massive economic impact, new ecosystems that are being built around Web 3.0, investments directed towards the design and deployment of Web 3.0, as well as a strong trend for converging technologies being deployed. The economic impact is massive. For example, the digital transformation global market is expected to reach $6.8 trillion by 2026 and growing at a CAGR of 15.5%. And the Metaverse global market is expected to reach $758.6 billion by 2026. Additionally, new ecosystems are being built around Web 3.0, such as digital transformation and business transformation. Digital currencies are on the rise. Infrastructure development to absorb and adapt to Web 3.0 developments. Emerging and frontier technologies revolving around Web 3.0 for interoperability. And omni-channel marketing and e-commerce platforms that are required for the commercializing efforts of Web 3.0. The Web 3.0 economy has witnessed increased trends in users, number of technologies deployed, number of startups, number of transactions, investments, as well as increased M&A activity. Experts agree that there are a few drivers of Web 3.0. Some of the most notable ones relevant for our talk today are digital securities, digital currencies, digital assets, DeFi ecosystems, Metaverse, and Omniverse. I would like to share a few stats that are relevant to some of these trends. The monthly share of web traffic to NFT marketplaces by region in 2021 highlights a strong predominance of this type of traffic in certain markets, such as Central and Southern Asia, LATAM, and North America. The number of non-fungible token sales in popular categories in the past month also highlights that although gaming and metaverse are still strong, art, utility, and collectibles are predominating. The global venture capital investments in cryptocurrency and blockchain companies is approaching $30 billion and is expected to continue to rise. The amount of cryptocurrencies held in 5 different categories of decentralized finance or DeFi worldwide also highlights that lending, DEXs, assets remain dominant. Also, this graph illustrating the industry breakdown of XR shows that we are experiencing an increase in certain industries that before were not high adopters, such as education and healthcare, for example. As referenced, we are observing a strong converging technology trend where blockchain technologies are being deployed in conjunction with AI, robotics, AR, VR, XR, 3D printing, 5G and 6G, IoT, next generation computing, and others. However, we also have numerous challenges that we are facing, as well as some opportunities. Some of the challenges that are ubiquitous are privacy, trust, cyber threats, regulatory and legal hurdles, as well as an ongoing battle to emphasize the need for ESG consciousness. What are some of the opportunities that lie ahead of us? With Web 3.0, we're looking forward to democratization of data, zero trust environments for global data exchanges. Social entrepreneurship can experience an increased boost. We hope that with Web 3.0, we can contribute to financial inclusion and digital inclusion initiatives. We also aim to create a culture of digital ethics in organizations, as well as a culture of cyber resilience, and move away from only reactive cybersecurity efforts. Additionally, longer-term strategies must include an emphasis on attainment of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, as well as upholding human rights. At SoftRed, we have developed a proprietary solution called Kaios that is designed for confidential computing, as well as complex regulatory and compliance requirements of highly regulated industries. We are addressing major challenges in adopting blockchains by reducing cyber vulnerability, increased flexibility, and scalability by the numbers of servers, devices, or users we can serve. We achieve decentralized confidentiality, fine-grained access control, and robust intrusion tolerance by avoiding any single point of failure and maintaining operational efficiency. In summary, Kaios offers a zero-trust solution by deploying a trifecta of blockchain, AI, and edge cloud computing. Our competitive advantage is interoperability, scalability, flexibility, and operational efficiency. As mentioned, Web 3.0 offers a unique opportunity to facilitate attainment of United Nations SDGs. Although all SDGs can benefit from Web 3.0 deployments, I would like to emphasize the role we can have on health, education, and developing of smart cities and smart communities. Additionally, it is essential to uphold human rights, and Web 3.0 can be an important foundational element. I would hope that this event can also be a call to action for global stakeholders to develop a Bill of Rights for Web 3.0 and a Code of Conduct for Web 3.0. What are some of the future directions? Web 3.0 also lays the foundation for a higher adoption of digital citizenship, the creation of digital twins for new industries, deploying augmented and hybrid intelligence for education, health, and other industries, developing smart cities, global data exchanges, as well as human-centric data centers. I would like to thank the organizers once again for inviting me to deliver this keynote. And I'm inviting all of you to reach out to me if you would like to learn more about Web 3.0 and its impact on the economy, United Nations SDGs, society, as well as human rights. Thank you.
I'd like to start off by saying a big thank you to GatherVerse for having me as a speaker during this fantastic two-day summit. As noted, Web3 is here, and it's a pleasure for me to contribute to this GatherVerse event as we strive to define what it is, its function, how it operates within the metaverse, and more importantly, where we're headed. As a marketing professional, the questions surrounding what narratives accessibility, education, and community development have within this new iteration of the web is one that constantly comes up time and time again and is really important in my job. Working in marketing is all about understanding your audience and crafting the communication which speaks to them in the way that resonates with them most. Community is certainly at the very heart and core of Web3 and is something that I will go into during this talk. But accessibility and education are also very significant topics. Just recently, I was speaking on a Twitter space discussing some of the challenges that we're facing in onboarding new users to Web3. And we touched on issues of education as the complexities of the technology acts really as one very big barrier to mass adoption, with the other one being accessibility. We are by now all quite used to accessing our digital profiles and lives via Web2 processes, such as login details. But Web3 access requires wallets, seed phrases, and crypto. Having said all of this, I believe that it's worth starting with what Web3 looks like today and where it might be headed, as I move into how we as Web3 builders and early adopters need to re-strategize our marketing efforts and learn how to communicate with our audiences in this new era. The penultimate promise of Web3 is to tackle some of the various challenges evident in the Web3 ecosystem, especially when it comes to data control and safeguarding user privacy. In Web 2, there's a focus on user-generated content and user experience, but if we think about it, there's only a handful of corporations that are really the ones who have control over our data. And the centralized storage of user data means high risks. Web3 introduces decentralization, immutability, and transparency, and offers improvements such as the development of virtual worlds and personalization. It offers an experience where users will be able to access a framework of information which they can reuse or share effectively between companies, programs, and communities. Nothing about the social media world, where the majority of marketers are entrenched right now, is collaborative or even community-led, despite how often these platforms use the term community. With social media, one man effectively controls everything that happens on Facebook and Instagram, which is very much the opposite of anti-establishment. Social platforms tell you what you can and cannot do. And if you violate their rules, they have the power to remove you. This is the world that we're familiar with, so it may feel a little bit jarring at first to enter a space where everything is more open, where the codes and innovations are sitting on the blockchain, free for anyone to build on and share, where ownership is distributed among users, creators, and developers. I would like to share my personal experiences with you as I made the shift from traditional Web 2 marketing into Web 3 marketing. Working for advertising agencies in Zurich, Switzerland, I worked on campaigns for supermarket chains, luxury furniture stores, and home decoration shops, and even a traditional bank. This was spread across banner campaigns, websites and landing pages, videos, and other content for social media, as well as email marketing. Whereas in Web 2 marketing focuses on social media, D2C, and targeting, all through a data-driven lens, Web 3 marketing really needs to incorporate NFTs and tokenization, as well as decentralization, blockchain technologies, and crypto. I started to work for Fiat24 just over 6 months ago as their marketing manager and now act as their CMO. Fiat24 is a Web3 banking concept built on Ethereum, relying on smart contracts to execute all the transactions made by users in the peer-to-peer ecosystem that they've built. All users have to mint the Fiat24 NFT in order to open an account, with the NFT effectively holding all their data, including their account number and all the transactions that they do. Stepping into this position required a lot of learning. First of all, about the technologies and new concepts like DeFi and Web3, and then about the people who are actually using it. Some differences to the services, products, and businesses that I tried to market previously immediately surfaced. And here is what came up right away. The Web3 community is very niche and still relatively small, but this is quite advantageous because it means that networking and meeting people in this space is quite easy and allows you to build real connections. Very important for the next difference I noticed, which is, while we may think of social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram as a means to build communities, Web3 communities are extremely important and live on platforms which are even more conversational in nature, like Discord and Twitter. Due to the volatile nature of cryptocurrencies, the need to share knowledge in blockchain development, and the exclusivity and collectability aspect of NFTs, there's overall a very huge need for people to chat to each other on a daily basis, to exchange information, knowledge, and to help each other grow. Another difference between Web 2 and Web 3, which I noticed, and which seems quite relevant, is the educational aspect, which I mentioned before. There is so much content being created in the form of videos, articles, white papers, reports, and even infographics, all about the tech surrounding Web 3. This is especially pertinent as being able to understand how your target audience and clientele communicate is absolutely key when defining your strategies and choosing on which platforms you should live and build your brand. I faced what felt like a very epic challenge of building a solid marketing foundation for Fiat24, a truly Web3 ready company. And I did this through a lot of reading, analyzing, learning, and speaking with people in the industry, as well as testing and trying, revising, and updating strategies along the way. This all leads me into the Web 2 focused on improving the front end of the internet, then Web 3 is focusing on improving the back end. In Web 2.0, data was collected and controlled by platforms and companies. Companies like Facebook own our data and decide how to share this data with advertisers. Marketers only need to deal with the platform itself to access the data and create strategies to acquire, retain, and engage their customers. But this will be radically different with Web 3, as data will be controlled by private citizens rather than private entities. No single entity or person will own the data in Web 3, and rather than storing data in centralized locations like Facebook, Google, or Amazon, data will instead be stored in a distributed network that's owned effectively by no one. This gives users control of their data, and they will be able to decide where and how to share it, which means that marketers in return have more stakeholders to market to, engage with, and retain. And the stakeholders will include users, developers, and all of the communities that they engage with. Web 3 will usher in the evolution of community marketing. As the stakeholders expand, marketers have to invest time and resources in learning what customers really care about and building strategies around it. Channels used with Web 2, like content marketing and SEO, will remain, but they will have to be used alongside Web 3 developments like NFT and tokens. Here are some of the changes that we can expect to see. The impact of Web 3 on marketers will challenge marketers, but it will also provide a new opportunity for acquiring and retaining customers. Limited access to user data. Web 3.0 will usher in greater data privacy. Consumers would be able to control their data and how it's used by companies. This will force marketers to be more transparent and creative in their data acquisition methods. Community-focused approach. The rapid development of Web3 is due in part to a growing distrust of how brands and companies use consumer data. With Web 3.0, customers have to focus on building loyal and engaged communities who will willingly part with their data and even become brand ambassadors. The increased role of content creators. Today, content creators are at the mercy of the platforms that they choose to publish in. They have to abide by strict guidelines and contend with limited earning potential. Creators also only get a fraction of what platforms make from the content that they create. Web 3.0 will grant full autonomy to creators in deciding their content and getting paid for it. Web 3.0 will usher in a new revenue model where creators will be in control. A marketing revolution is certainly about to happen. Indeed, Web 3.0 is still under development, but it may arrive sooner than we realize. Parts of it are already here, and we must be ready to ride the wave when it fully arrives. I would like to close by focusing on some of the ways that you can prepare your brand to adapt Web3 marketing strategies. Number 1, follow Web3 trends. Being outdated can be costly. There are a lot of uncertainties, but there are also a lot of developments. When making business decisions, remember that the future is here and it's rapidly changing. Depending on your brand, try to acquire 3D assets like 3D models or virtual reality stores. The more you know about the latest Web3 trends, the more you'll discover the best ways to integrate them into your current strategies. We must also think about adding NFTs to your content creation strategies. We can say that there are no guidebooks or rule books regarding content creation for Web3, but everyone agrees that it will involve NFTs. For brands that have started creating them, it has already served several purposes, such as increased brand awareness and reach, novel experiences and exclusive access, increased brand loyalty. Start building meaningful connections with customers over social media. Social media will continue to be a big part of Web3, although with some major changes. As I mentioned before, users will be in control of their data due to decentralization. Building meaningful connections with customers this early will cement their relationship with your brand and make them willing to trust you with their data. Overall, I think that marketers should reframe how they look at their customers. Instead of merely seeing them as numbers or data points, they must be invested in building lasting relationships that transcend beyond data. Community building is, as previously stated, the core of Web3 marketing. Even before products could be launched, having a strong community is imperative. Also, using memes as part of your communication strategy is important, as memes are considered a universal language on the internet, and the Web3 community are really big fans of it. Memes are approachable, they elicit emotions, and even have a human feel. Create new Web3 KPIs to measure the impact of your efforts. Web3 will have marketers rethink how to measure growth performance. The key performance indicators applicable to Web 2 might not necessarily apply to Web 3. So some of the metrics you can use for Web 3 will include the size of the community across the channels, activity and engagement, such as NFT sellout time or floor price, and a steady or consistent increase in the NFT price, indicating that your customers believe in your project. If we take a closer look, we can see that many brands and companies of all sizes and scales are starting to dip their toes into Web3, whether that means exploring NFTs like Tiffany's CryptoPunk collection, buying land in the Metaverse like JP Morgan in Decentraland, or even just by starting to learn about what Web3 is and how it might affect their business and open new opportunities. Certainly, as we continue to gain momentum, every aspect of a business will need to stay up to date, and marketing is simply no different. A discipline that relies on strategy, it will take a continuous state of learning, networking, and building in order for marketers to succeed in this new space. In my personal experience, I cannot compare Web2 marketing with that of Web3. And I feel very humbled and proud to be a part of this first generation of marketing professionals in what is an entirely new era for our digital lives. Thank you for listening, and I hope I was able to add some value and knowledge to this summit. Bye, everyone.
Hello everyone, my name is Jaideep and I'm technical architect at Globot. We at Globot are constantly evaluating next generation technology trends because the future is undoubtedly exciting. One such trend that we are very particularly enthusiastic about is Web 3.0. In today's talk, I'm going to talk more about evolution of Web 1.0 to 3.0, and also I'll be focusing on the new technology avenues that I think are going to play a major role in Web 3.0 adoption. Let's look at the evolution of the web. Web 1.0, it was just about read only and static pages. Only one way of publishing medium and didn't allow much functionality or flexibility to the users and only connected to the world with just hyperlinks and bookmarks. Early on those days, we couldn't even attach images to email as well. Web 2.0, it's all about interactivity, social connectivity, and user generated content. Web 2.0 makes it possible for user generated content to be viewed by millions of people around the world virtually and instantly. Innovation such as smartphones, mobile internet access, and social networks have driven the exponential growth of Web 2.0. Web 3.0 concepts aims to create a decentralized but secure internet in which people can securely exchange money and information without the need of centralized agencies. You must be having one question in your mind. Things are going great with the current iterations of the web, then why do we need major correction here? Let's look at some of the interesting facts here. More than 50% of the world's population lives online today. Today, it has evolved from being luxury to becoming a necessity today. And do you know that 42% of the traffic on the internet is driven by bots? Scary, right? Think about all not so real news floating around on the internet. The current web is full of misinformation and insufficient accountability. The existing design of the web is flawed. There is no mechanism to validate or authenticate the source and the flow of information. The authenticity of people and content is becoming a real challenge. The major challenge with the web today is that it cannot guarantee data privacy as it is controlled by centralized agencies. You have to register for particular services before you can use it. You offer your private data access to its functionality. Remember the terms and conditions in almost every applications which you click. I agree without reading them in most cases. Sir Tingersleys, who is fondly known as the father of the World Wide Web, highlighted three major challenges of the web today. First, we have lost control of personal data. Second, it's too easy for misinformation to spread on the web. Third, political advertising online needs transparency and understanding. So, um, in his words, there is a need to correct this midway course so that web can serve humanity in the right way. We should be able to use the web without feeling that somebody is looking our shoulder. At the same time, we have to be conscious of the potential downside of anonymity. The next iteration of web has to have decentralization, digital identity, security, and privacy as its core elements. Fundamentally, um, you as a user uh, are in control of your data and will decide who can access it. The whole web have users who will have wide options to choose their services and with fully interoperable standards. For example, uh, instead of just using single sign-on logging that can monitor your activity on the internet, a user can bring any open standard and can access anything on the internet, and at the same time they can control their data. So we are at very early stage of defining Web 3.0, and it's difficult to come up with one concrete definition. And this definition will keep evolving over time. Fundamentally, one can think of following as the core components of Web 3.0. The first is decentralized. Instead of large percentage of the internet being controlled and owned by centralized entities, ownership gets distributed amongst its builders. Second, permissionless. Everyone has equal participate in Web 3.0 and no one gets excluded. Third, native payments. Since it uses cryptocurrency for spending and sending money online instead of relying on outdated infrastructure of banks and payment processes. Fourth, trustless. It operates using incentives and economic mechanism based on conscious uh, framework instead of relying trusted third party. Moving on. Now, let's understand layered architecture design for early Web 1.0 to 3.0. As you can see here, it is categorized in three parts: interface, logic, and data, and how uh, we are moving towards AR, VR, IoT, AI, and blockchain for Web 3.0. I'll take a moment here to go through this chart. Taking cue from previous layered architecture design, let's break it down the ecosystem of Web 3.0. Data tier, distributed ledgers, NFTs, tokenized life, cryptocurrencies. But the real power of blockchain is much more. It is content for storing your identity and you being in control of it. Think of all the initiatives that built on decentralization around digital identity to solve data privacy problems, including Thales, Solid, Microsoft Decentralized, and many more. Cryptographically verifiable by anyone. Who you say you are. Cognitive tier. Artificial intelligence and machine learning has grown, but it's time to think about ethics. It's time for ethical AI. The AI is going to be as good as the information it is fed. So, if the data is verifiable and validated, the AI will be more real and accurate. Quantum computing, energy efficient, sustainable AI will enable building systems that are more diverse and inclusive. Physical tier, rise of 5G, IoT proliferation, digital twin, the rise of edge computing and fog computing. Think of self driving cars where decisions are made on the edge. Think of fully automated factory for managing millions of packages daily in the warehouse. Spatial tier, the metaverse has been touted as a gateway to virtual world, but the spatial web of the future is not just going to be purely virtual. We are heading towards a fully immersive web that will fuse physical and virtual worlds together. Computing has to become invisible. We would want computers to be amiable and interact with us humanly. Just do not look at the metaverse as a social connection mechanism, but more of immersive experience. Help us to interact with the world in the way we cannot do it in reality. It also gamifies and enhance our interactions. I would focus on a fully immersive experience. A fully immersive experience would be able to encompass every single sense and interact directly with the brain and nerve systems. For example, when you greet someone in the metaverse with hi fi or handshake, you'll be able to feel their hand devices that uses ultrasonic waves to create sensation of touch or brain machine interface can make the virtual experience feel real. Similarly, our world, enriched by artificial intelligence and can be an equal to the virtual world. We will see the rise of smart glasses and augmented reality contact lenses as an hands-free alternatives to the smartphones. This AR experience will be context-driven to provide us with a spatially intelligent interactions with the world around us. Moving forward, I would focus on these areas to watch. The first one is ambient computing. We are now in the decade of ambient computing. It's all about AI decisions made without human involvement, and it has a big implications for the world of technology. Second, invisible computing. Uh, Invisible computing is the power to shift our focus from technology and back to the world around us. It can also be contextual, sensing what is around us by helping us responding dynamically and freely. Take the information and insights with us wherever we go. Imagine what if technology could provide data directly to someone's visual field and make all those devices, headsets disappear. Affective computing. How would your computer respond if you look excited or happy? Could your could your smart home adjust the music, lightings, or other aspects of the environment around you after, let's say, you have had a bad day at work, and that too without being asked? It's all about emotional AI, where machine interprets the emotional state of humans and adapts its behavior to that. So the fundamentals of Web 3.0 point to how it can revolutionize and how the internet is designed and used by users. Proponents of Web 3.0 come from a lot of different schools of thought, but they all agree on one thing: the web should be owned by users. People would try the new decentralized solutions, and the interest of the users in crypto and NFTs proves the same. The inevitable nature of change in working of the internet and how users interact with one of the foundational pillars of Web 3.0. The answers to how will Web 3.0 change the world are important for every internet user. Web 3.0 not only guarantees the ownership of your data, assets, or digital identities, but also enables the benefit of data privacy. Every change is the first met with some amount of cynicism, disbelief, and doubt. And the same applies to Web 3.0. One thing is certain, though, that this change is inevitable. Business can no longer afford to build a business model built on infringing on users' data or privacy. I repeat, businesses can no longer afford to build their business model built on infringing on users' data and privacy. Let me know how you see Web 3.0 in the future. Thank you, and let's build the Web 3 community even stronger.
Hello to all my friends, I'm Vinita Chatterjee and this is my presentation on Web3 and the creator economy. Well, in this video, I'm going to demonstrate how Web3 is impacting the entire creator economy and the life of so many of us. So let's sit back and enjoy this presentation. Creator economy. Doesn't it sound like an ideal world where freedom is at its core? Freedom from the tyranny of the monopolistic giants ruling the roost. Freedom from injustice, from racism, sexism, nepotism, favoritism. Freedom that ultimately leads to the birth of optimism. Hello friends, I'm Vinita Chatterjee, an artist and a Metaverse evangelist from the incredible India. This year, we are celebrating 75 years of our independence. Freedom from slavery is throbbing in our hearts now. And with this thought, I envision a better world where humanity thrives above all. Today, I'm here to talk about the creator economy and the impact of Web3 in fostering a fair and ethical creative world. A world where creativity, authenticity, and passion are the key values. The creator economy has created a paradigm shift in our society over the last few years. Platforms like Twitch, Patreon, Substack, and Discord have opened doors to new kinds of content creation and monetization by fueling the direct engagement of creators with their fans. The development of Web3 technologies such as smart contracts and virtual reality is further transforming the creator economy, changing how creators produce content, claim ownership, and get paid for their work. Now let's find out what we mean by the creator economy. The creator economy is an online economic segment powered by a set of interactive digital platforms, marketplaces, and tools that enable users to access and create content as well as monetize it. The achievement of the creator economy is that it unlocked a wide variety of ways of monetizing work for the creators. If in the previous economic paradigms, an artist could earn primarily through selling or licensing their IP rights, they can also do it through advertising, tipping, brand sponsorship, affiliate links, streaming, and many other digital marketing activities. Even if your content is originally not digital, you can still use platforms to advertise your work, engage and convert your audience, find different ways of collaboration, and so on. The sky is the limit here. So to sum up, the creator economy is here to empower the online entrepreneurship of creators by providing them with digital marketing tools and removing any barriers or discrimination. Now let us look at the evolution of the creator economy since the advent of the internet. First comes the era of Web 1. Web 1 consisted of a small group of people creating content for a larger audience, making it easier for people to find information. So, Web 1 is referred to as the read-only web. Now let's move to Web 2, where creators, bloggers, brand representatives rule the roost. Web 2 consists of many people creating even more content for a larger audience. The user's experience is at the heart of Web 2. As a result, this web form was tasked with creating social media, collaborations, and communities. Web 2 is known as the participatory social web, as it emphasizes on participation and contribution. And finally, we move to Web 3, where a community-owned ecosystem thrives to create a creator economy. Now you must be wondering, what is the reason for the rise of the Web 3 all of a sudden? Well, the inefficiencies of Web 2 structure gave rise to Web 3. Because of the unpredictable nature of Web 2 algorithms, creators have been forced to continue gambling for positions in social feeds. As a result, maximizing the value of content creation has become challenging and making revenue streams unpredictable. It is impossible to run a successful business in such circumstances. Brands use social media to gain exposure and influence, while social media companies use brands to generate ad revenue. This matrix gives social media giants and brands complete control over the digital creators. On centralized platforms, the rules of the game for users and creators can also be changed at any time. This includes removing users from the platform, preventing monetization of a user's online content, changing fee schedules, and even changing the algorithm that determines how users view content. Creators are increasingly burnt out and turned off by endless competition, vacuous content production, and spending more time pleasing algorithms rather than their actual creative practices in Web 2. The definition of a creator is changing as the power dynamics in Web 3 shift from platforms to creators and their communities. During this stage of web interaction and utilization, users transition from centralized platforms such as Facebook, Google, or Twitter to decentralized platforms. Today's creator economy is about new types of direct relationships between creators and communities, not just giving platforms value. There is an opportunity for creators to finally share in the collective value that platforms help to create, as well as to offer more to their fans, including potential financial gain. The advancement of the Web3 technologies is transforming the creator economy at multiple stages, from content creation to distribution to ownership and royalties. New structures for creativity, built around squads, collectives, and new expression of the label model are emerging in Web3 and beyond. Creators are on the cusp of moving out of individualism of the creator economy and into a new era of creativity in multiplayer mode. The development of the metaverse will make extended reality experiences more accessible and prominent. By combining virtual reality and augmented reality, the digital world is evolving beyond games and marketing campaigns into an entire world with digital avatars, virtual goods, and completely new experiences. Major brands have already started entering the metaverse to be at the forefront of this new era. Brands are turning to future-looking startups and creatives to be pioneers in the metaverse. As this space continues to unfold, we will see avenues of content creation. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will help creators in finding images, texts, and videos more quickly. They could also allow NFT creators to personalize interactive NFT based on their owners' usage patterns and customization. Creators can benefit from new content management systems that are more secure and intuitive than the existing content management systems. So here is the essence of the Web3 creator economy. First, eliminating intermediary platforms between creators and their fans. Second, creators owning 100% of their data, brand, and work. Third, transparency of business processes and money making. And fourth, stimulating authentic creativity instead of ad-driven content production. The Web3 paradigm of the creator economy aims to enable creators to build their own independent open economy where they can co-own it with their fans and directly monetize it without requirement of any third party. As some field experts assume, if this model succeeds, we will enter a new era of wealth generation where creators will no longer be just the products. Instead, they will become new economies themselves. The power structures of the creator economy are rapidly changing. Creators are now in the driver's seat, being offered the opportunity to have greater individuality than ever before through Web3 creator platforms. The development of Web3 enables creators to take complete control over their careers. Blockchain technology is giving power to creators, and they do not have to rely on centralized systems and hosting platforms anymore. This new era holds immense potential to accelerate the creator economy where fans and creators are directly connected and creativity gets the appreciation that it deserves. Now let's find out how our contracts, royalties, and ownership are going to be honored in the Web3 creators ecosystem. Smart contracts in blockchain will redefine art ownership. With the help of these contracts, every interaction between content creators and their clients will be automatically recorded. Based on the conditions that are predefined in the smart contracts, like for example, if or then clauses, payments will be released automatically with the client's approval. Creators can send invoices with due dates set for a predefined period. The ownership of content will be clearly defined in Web3 and the content license will be captured on blockchain, which makes piracy more difficult. The content itself will be embedded within its code, so copying or reposting content will be significantly more difficult. Also, for musicians or NFT creators, royalties will be included in smart contracts. They can initiate payments to whoever is involved in the creative work, like composer, performer, editor, in the music field. They will receive a share of the payment automatically with the help of smart contracts. There are several ways through which blockchain and Web3 will accelerate the creator economy and help it become a central force in global culture and entertainment. Number 1. NFTs help users to get exclusive access to gated communities, events, and parties inside the virtual world. Decentralized tools like NFT gated access and NFT ticketing will improve the digital experience. Additionally, token gating provides unique experiences for fans, such as giving access to private communities and direct messaging with the creators. Number 2. The Web3 world extracts value from renters and middlemen and gives it back to the creators or owners. Blockchain applications enable fans to engage directly with their favorite creators. This will result in providing a pathway to asset ownership in individual creator economies outside of traditional centralized platforms. Number 3. Video streaming accounts for a large part of the Web2 internet traffic. Web3 developers are eager to seize this potential market without being rushed by high costs. They are seeking to provide affordable infrastructure to support creator streams. Creators are attracted to unique Web3 features such as tipping, paid entry, live shopping to monetize their content. Platforms are evolving to become more community-driven, allowing both creators and viewers to benefit more from their contributions. Beyond simply working with marketers, the creator economy is diversifying its revenue streams and broadening its services and offerings. So we see, community is the oxygen of Web3 creator platforms. The new creator economy will not only change the way in which content is created, but also unlock a world of entirely new tech and monetization opportunities that were simply not possible with Web2. Enabling these new, direct, creator-to-follow relationships and bringing Web3 to the masses is one of the most exciting investment opportunities of our time, leading to the emergence of new and more sustainable economies. Well, this was my presentation on Web3 and the creator economy. Well, I totally root for the concept of Web3 as I believe in its power in impacting so many lives. Well, Web3 stands for decentralization and democracy, and I believe in a fair world in the coming few years.
Welcome to my session, A Humanity-First Approach for Technology Production and Consumption. It is an honor to be a guest speaker for 3WE, a Web3 Summit. My name is Stacey Ann Berry. I am a public policy professional based in Canada who is building a government relations and professional development firm centered on principles of equity, community development, and sustainability. One aspect of technology production and consumption that we do not talk about enough is its impact on the environment, such as carbon emissions, water pollution, energy consumption, and e-waste. We also need to become more aware of human rights violations within the tech supply chain so that we can ensure ethical and fair practices are implemented both locally and internationally. As we embark on exploring and developing the metaverse, we need to assess its environmental impacts as it pertains to data mining and cloud computing, as well as NFTs, which is being used to purchase digital items. We should look at how the metaverse will increase electricity use, but we should also consider the positive impacts of the metaverse, which I'll discuss during my presentation. I will now share my screen. My presentation will provide an ethical and sustainable framework for mitigating environmental harms, as well as human rights violations caused by technology production. I will also include recommendations for how we as consumers can become a part of the solution. So just a disclaimer, the information shared in my presentation is based on my research, personal opinions, academic and professional experience. Information has been cited from various advocacy groups, think tanks, and online articles. All images used are royalty-free from canva.com and or PowerPoint stock images. So for the agenda, I will start with talking about technology production and its environmental impacts, human rights and ethical concerns, as well as environmental impacts of the metaverse, both pros and cons, barriers for creating change, and then I'll then present an ethical and sustainable framework, and I'll conclude with some reflections. When we think about the popular tech products that we all love to use, from our laptops, smartwatches, or smartphones, and various forms of headsets, these gadgets are developed using raw materials from the earth. But we might be wondering, what exactly are the raw materials that are in our tech gadgets? And there are many, and these are just some of them. It's not all of them, but some of the most common ones are copper, lithium, cobalt, manganese, and tungsten. When we think about copper, it's used for wiring electronics, conducts electricity and heat. Where are the countries that they come from, right? Most of it comes from Chile. It's the largest supplier, but it's also found in Utah and Arizona. And then lithium can be found in Australia. Most of it's in Australia, about 46%. It's found in Argentina and China as well. And when we think of cobalt, most of it, 60% approximately, comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo in the continent of Africa. It's also found in China, Canada, Russia, Australia, and the Philippines. And it's used for rechargeable batteries and circuits and makes microchips more reliable. And just going back to lithium, we know that lithium is what's going to be used for these electric vehicles. It's what's used to make batteries. And then manganese is used for rechargeable batteries, circuits in TVs and electric vehicles, and even steel production and other like household appliances use these natural minerals. And when we think of manganese, it's found mostly in South Africa, but it's also in China, India, Ukraine, Brazil, and Gabon. And Tuscan, this is the weight that's used in our phone's vibrators. So this information is taken from the Natural History Museum. It was published in one of their articles, and I will include a list of reference at the end of my presentation. So when we think about these minerals, there is a price we're paying for convenience, right? And this hasn't just started now. This has been going on for a very long time in various industries, such as textile industries. There's a lot of natural minerals used in things. And we should be concerned about the environmental impacts of mining for technology, because there are toxic substances from the lead and mercury that is ending up in our water and our soil. This is now causing freshwater depletion, greenhouse gases, and erosion of land and habitat. Of course, carbon emissions and e-waste from the tech products that are ending up in the landfills, right? So the impact on our environment is not good. And, you know, we need the natural habitat to cultivate food. So those are some of the challenges. There's a quote by the 32nd president of the United States, Franklin D. Roosevelt, who once said, "A nation that destroys its soil destroys itself. Forests are the lungs of our land, purifying the air and giving fresh strength to our people." So that's something that we all should reflect on. So when we think about the human rights concerns, and this is not unique to the tech supply chain, the textile industry, many other types of industries, the food production industry has very similar, if not almost the exact concerns. There are so many human rights groups, from Human Rights Watch to Amnesty International, that has been raising alarm bells about child labor, forced labor, and all forms of exploitation when it comes to the exploitation around the extracting of this cobalt. A lot of these miners are working in dangerous working conditions with faulty equipment that collapse and there's fires. It's very labor intensive because they have to dig under roads, homes, and railways. And then the wages are extremely low. No one in the West could survive off of these wages. Miners are earning between $2 and $3 a day when selling their hull at local miner markets, and often in very forced and abusive conditions. Not everyone has the right to not work or to choose not to work. And so this is something that we should all be very concerned about. When we think about the ethical concerns, you'll see in this picture, you know, one person passing money to another person under the table, right? We all hear the stories, we read the headlines and the articles when it comes on the news of, you know, dirty politics and things happening that are very unethical. When it comes to balancing profits versus the best interest of humanity, profits usually win. And it's very common in our society, and this has started for a long time, where labor is being outsourced, you know, to produce goods for the West. Profits for multinational corporations often come at the expense of the well-being of people living in countries with weak labor laws. when we think about the fact that the mines and refineries in these undeveloped countries can be very lucrative because the labor cost is so low, and this was taken from the Future Strategic Natural Resources article. But again, there's human rights organizations that for many, many years have been raising concerns about these unethical practices. So when we think about the metaverse's negative impacts on the environment, the two main concerns are energy consumption and carbon emissions. When we think about energy consumption, over the next 10 years, data centers will consume 3 times as much energy as currently being used, as per an article in The Independent. Carbon emissions from NFTs and the hardware for the VR technology, right, and the state-of-the-art type of VR that's required will apparently pump as much as 2,000 pounds of carbon emissions each year. And this is found in a study, Greening the Beast 2020. And how concerned should we be? Well, data centers are responsible for about 2% of global greenhouse gases emissions, which is equivalent to the entire aviation industry. And people talk a lot about we need to fly less planes, but then here we are going into another direction that's equivalent to the pollution that the aviation industry is causing. If 90% of gamers were to move to the cloud, it will increase gaming's overall carbon emissions by over 112%. And it's not just gaming that's moving to a cloud. There's a lot of corporations moving their data to the cloud. So that is something we should be concerned about. Global Bitcoin mining consumes more electricity annually than the entire country of Argentina, as per an article in the BBC that came out in 2021. So when we think about the positive impacts of the metaverse, some of it has to do with potentially decreasing pollution because of the rise of virtual infrastructure to create virtual fashion, which is putting less burden on the current fashion industry to a certain extent. There's a lot of major brands that are now investing into virtual fashion, which is interesting. When we think about innovation and advancement in sustainable technology using simulations where medical students and pilots are being trained, and that's pretty interesting. And then better research for climatic trends. The metaverse can be used to assist with that. And then saving emissions on travel to a certain extent, because now there's an opportunity for us to do virtual events and conference, and then, even work remotely through this type of technology. So I now want to talk about the 7 barriers for creating change, right? And we want to be the change that we want to see in our world. We want to create this change, but there's a lot of challenges, and it's, again, not unique to the tech industry. But we know that our world is driven by greed, especially corporate greed, political corruption, weak regulations, and labor laws. It makes it very hard to create a very ethical and sustainable world where everyone wins and benefits. There's also either no accountability or lack of accountability when there are human rights violations or a violation to the environmental protections and laws that are there. And this causes a cycle to keep continuously happening. And then we think about the role we play as consumers. For those of us who are just, buying goods and buying more things than we need and feeling the need to constantly keep up with, the saying, the Joneses, that consumerism is kind of feeding with this mass production of things that are ending up in landfills. You buy something from a major online store, you return it, it ends up in landfills, and it just continues, right? There's also a lack of public awareness around this issue of harms caused by technology, around the human rights violations in the tech supply chain. So we do have a part that we all can play by just at least educating ourselves on the issue and understanding, what's happening in this area. So I now want to present an ethical and sustainable framework that can hopefully help to address some of these issues. It won't erase it, but it could at least minimize it. So when we think about our role as consumers, we can be more conscious by taking the time to do the research about products and looking at other alternatives. There are, tech companies that are trying to be more sustainable, more ethical. The brands may not be as popular, but they're out there. So take the time to do that research. Think of ways to extend the life of your electronics. You don't need to get the latest gadget just because it's available. If your phone and your laptop's still working or has some minor issue that needs to be fixed, find opportunities to reuse and repair your gadgets to extend the life, to again eliminate things ending up in the landfill. Another way to eliminate things ending up in the landfill is through proper recycling of tech products and doing some research on how to do that effectively, taking your tech products to places that will ensure it won't end up in the landfills, even donating your products. There's a lot of social programs that could do with a secondhand lightly used computer or a smartphone. And then think about how you can minimize your carbon footprint. Monitor and track how much time you're spending online, using technology. There's apps that can help you with that. Practice doing a digital detox. I've done it. It's very refreshing. And even limiting your screen time, right? These are some things we could do to kind of, minimize the amount of energy that's being used through some of this technology. And lastly, speaking up. Right? Our voice has power. Use your voice, and there's so many ways you could do it: through writing to elected officials, calling their offices, voicing concerns you have about human rights violations and, organizations getting a slap on the wrist, making suggestions. We have issues of what some consumers feel is price gouging or products being intentionally defective. So we constantly keep buying the latest and the newest thing, and ensuring that, we as a society demand greater accountability and even better protections of consumers' rights. So I do want to wrap up with some reflections. And this quote is an unknown author, but it says, "Look after the land and it will look after you. Destroy the land and it will destroy you." And we see the rise of fires and floods happening right now, right, in different parts of the United States and different parts of the world and other countries. And a lot of this does have to do with human activity and the constant extraction of the natural resources in the land. And of course, there's other factors, but these are some of the things that we need to be mindful of. Paul Hawken, an environmentalist, entrepreneur, author, and activist, he once said, "The first rule of sustainability is to align with natural forces, or at least not try to defy them," right? And we often find ourselves going against nature, going against the wave of things and almost fighting with it, right? And nature is responding. And so this is something that we can reflect on. A former First Lady, Claudia Alta Johnson of the United States, once said, "The environment is where we all meet. It's where we all have mutual interests. It's the one thing all of us share," right? So for me, this means we got to do our best to protect it, because we need the environment more than the environment needs us. We need the land, we need the clean air and water, right? That is how we survive. So these are some references for what I used in my presentation. And before I wrap up, I do want to conclude with some final thoughts. So just in, conclusion, it's really essential that we prioritize protecting the environment and human rights. We cannot get so indulged in the escapism, illusions, and delusions that the metaverse will provide that we ignore very real and critical challenges facing our world. The metaverse reflects the real world, and it's already presenting issues of discrimination, racism, classism, and biases. If we want the metaverse to be inclusive, safe, and beneficial for everyone, we should do our part to contribute to its development. It's also essential that we make a greater effort to inform ourselves about the various harms caused by technology, commit to a sustainable way to consume and an ethical way to produce technology. As we venture into the next wave of the innovation age, it is our collective civic duty to ensure that human rights and the environment is protected in the process. So thank you for taking time to tune into my session. I really hope you found it valuable. Feel free to stay connected with me on LinkedIn, Stacey Ann Berry, or you can visit my websites, staceyannberry.com and bestellagroup.com. And may your gather be well.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to our second roundtable of today's 3We Summit, where we talk about Web3. Is it moving too fast or not fast enough? We have a wonderful cohort of experts that we've assembled to have candid and open discussion on Web3. And we're going to move in with distant speed of lightning. But first, I'd like to introduce you to Ricky Honk, Jackie Muflon, David Jean, and Christina Bruhan, who I want to individually have introduce themselves, and then we'll begin chopping wood and planting seeds. Ricky, go for it.
Hey, thanks for having me on, Chris. I'm really looking forward to the conversation. Christina and David and I actually had a chance to sync up before this, and it seems like you got a really great group for the panel. I work with TouchCast, so my focus is really on extended reality, building 3D virtual worlds and advancing how we engage with our customers, our employees, how we interact with each other virtually. And so that's really where my expertise in the space is, and I'll kick it over to you for the next person.
Excellent. Jackie, please.
Okay, thanks. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Jackie. I represent a company called Imperfect. We are all about helping people to onboard in the Web3 space. I also work for All Stars Women, where we create inclusion for women that want to get into the Web3 space. I'm glad to be here, and I know we have a wonderful panel. Thank you very much.
David.
Hey everyone, I've been very fortunate to be in the VR, AR, AI space for quite some time. I spent time at Meta, the original Meta, before Facebook acquired the name. We were developing an AR headset, Samsung working on AI, and most recently at Dapper Labs, focusing on blockchain. But I'm also pleased to announce that today I'll be joining Aptos Labs. I think the premier layer 1 blockchain that everyone just needs to know about. Glad to be here, everyone.
Awesome.
Congratulations, David. Christina.
Hello, everyone. I'm Christina Bruhan, CEO of Continuum Market, and we vet blockchain brands operating in North America to help move the entire Web3 industry forward through trusted brands and services.
And thank you, everyone. Now, shall we begin? With the avid launch and approach, if you will, and the acceleration of Web3, which conceptually is still fairly new to the ethos and ecosystem of technology, considering that we're still heavily embedded and have such a foot in the centralized Web 2, which some will say that we haven't completely and fully arrived to Web 3 as it's been expressed today, and we have Web 2, which we're transitioning from and coming over to a different side. I must ask, Ricky, how fast is the emergence of Web 3 arriving?
Oh my goodness, it's so fast. I mean, I think that there's a lot that's floated under the radar for years now is the reality. So right now we're catching that wave where it's really at the cusp of becoming something special. But in my eyes, the building blocks have been there for a long time, right? Like the introduction of the smartphone, bringing us into digital connection remotely where we don't have to be plugged into a cable to be able to interact with each other via these digital channels. Things like the introduction of VR, which has been around a lot longer than people think. I mean, there's been innovators in the space for a couple of decades now that have been really pushing that boundary. The concepts of like multiverse and having different universes in the world. I mean, these are all concepts that have been around a long time, but we're just reaching a point now where the digital innovation is caught up, where we can take the things that have happened in online gaming, we can take the things that all these kind of initial builders have been constructing in the VR and extended reality space and in the blockchain space, and it's actually getting more utility now where we can scale it, where users can access it without needing to invest tens of thousands of dollars into hardware and getting these incredible setups to get their taste in the space. So I think it's moving incredibly fast, but we got to make sure to remember the giants that we're building on their backs, right?
Sure, indeed. And Christina, from your lens, what is Web3 today?
Well, I have a data background, so I remember, when we used to use cards and machines to read the ones and zeros. So for my side, Web3 is the enablement of peer-to-peer technology and allowing us to have real-time data and reconciliation backed by blockchain.
Indeed. Jackie, from a humanity lens and from your perspective, what are we looking at when it comes to the acceleration of Web3, and what are you seeing?
Okay, so for me, I'm seeing more people coming into the space. I'm seeing a lot of people gaining momentum and gaining traction, moving it and creating more use cases. Basically, for me, Web3 is just an integration of people, places, and things. So when all this comes together, we are creating a world where people can do anything. So it's all about, for me, in Web3, it's all about the mind. Having to build a roadblock where people can, they don't have limitations on what they can think about, on what they can create, on places that they can go to, on avenues that they can create, on just basically just changing the world as we presently know it, so that people can be more accepted and viable in the space. So Web3 for me is a whole new different horizon, completely different from Web2, where community is also driven and also creators are empowered to do things differently than what they've always done.
Indeed. David, you've been in the vestiges and certainly in the trenches of these type of technologies for some time. As you mentioned earlier, the XR space. For many of you that are attending with us now, that Meta was more than what you have known as Facebook. There was an entity called Meta a time ago, which had great promise, if you will, but went into the doldrums of different places after some time, as most and many startups go to do, not just here in Silicon Valley, but also around the world. Help us make some sense of this, David. I have a question squarely directed for you. Why does Web3 presently at the moment feel so unstable?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's just really early. But in terms of Web3 and the metaverse, we're already here. The analogy that I like to give is that when people start talking about Web 2.0, like, what is that? Well, it's user-generated content. That means you can create the content that you read on the web versus someone else. That was kind of a breakthrough, right? Like, wow, that's phenomenal that we're all participating in content and being able to share information. And Web 2 started coming about, like the app that I was trying to remember for this talk is like, okay, what was the first Web 2 app that I really gravitated towards? And it was probably Foursquare, right? It was able to use GPS tracking and know where you are. You can then vote on a specific place if you enjoyed it. It was pretty cool. But at the same time, it was still early days. There wasn't a lot of traction at that time because a lot of people didn't have smartphones in 2009. There was a barrier to entry. People didn't know how to use specific apps. That was kind of a new user experience. And we're kind of in that state today where, like, Matthew Ball, he wrote the book on the metaverse, whether you agree with all of his statements or not, but he kind of linked the metaverse into 4 different things. One is that, hey, first we got to have interlocking mesh of technologies. We've got to be able to network in real time so people can hear each other clearly, especially if you're kind of in digital form. 2, we need digital payment processing. Well, a lot of companies do that with fiat today. Roblox, Fortnite, you can have payment systems. But you need also portable computing, and we have that with a smartphone. That's why Pokemon Go with AR, that's kind of become part of our lexicon, because we first got our gateway into augmented reality with Pokemon. And the last, of course, is shareable virtual identity. And a lot of us have avatars, but a lot of us don't have digital wallets yet. So all those things that I just mentioned in terms of metaverse, we have all those infrastructures in place, just like how Foursquare was the beginning of Web 2.0. But everything just has to evolve. One is, people want to experience VR, AR, what we call XR, on a head-mounted display. It's ever present. We're not there with form factors yet, but as you know, Apple is coming out. A lot of cool stuff. I heard word on the street from my developer friends. The technology is pretty cool. And of course, when Apple jumps into the game, they're really prone to make things mass market. And then, of course, last in terms of, if you want to own things in the metaverse, that's something we just haven't cracked yet, right? We have to have digital ownership. If I'm going to invest all this time on this game, trying to prove out how cool I am and buy all these cool accessories, well, I kind of want to take that to other places and other metaverses. But the problem is that we don't have the interoperability, the way to actually make that to happen. Like, how does a game avatar costume look in a racing game? And then when you go to a totally different world, let's say an underwater world, how does that translate? The lighting effects, the animations of that texture, all those things just haven't been thought out yet, but we're getting close. It's just the beginning.
Sure. Jackie, to the spirit, and thank you, David. Jackie, to the spirit of this discussion entitled, are we moving too fast with Web3, or are we not moving fast enough? I ask this of you.
We are moving very fast. People have a mindset, people have been saying that it's going to take like 10 years for adoption. But personally, I think it's going to take shorter than that because the way people are getting into the space. Today, I read about Starbucks, what they're doing presently coming into the space. So it's amazing the a number of brands that are jumping right into the space. It's moving fast, the structures are being built. But personally, I think that these top brands will not be the people that will head the way for the metaverse and for Web3. It will be all about DAOs. It will be about decentralized organizations because they understand what decentralization is all about. So it's moving fast, but we're getting a whole lot of momentum. Brands are jumping in, but the creators, people that really understand the driving force of what causes Web3 to be Web3, will be the ones that will gain ground and will forge the way to where Web3 is going to get to. So we are moving very, very fast. In fact, faster than I could have imagined. And we're going to get there faster than, anybody could ever imagine.
It's very interesting and compelling. Christina, with the powerful work that you're doing with Continuum, I have to ask, because it begs and it lends to consider, when we look at Web3 and we consider the magnitude of a betterment for the future of humanity, how does Web3 better humanity for the future forward?
That is a great question, one that falls into a data category at Continuum called the Jetsons future. So there's all these things that brands talk about that they could do, but as David mentioned, it comes down to interoperability and the ones and zeros being able to do that in a way that can be auditable, can be trackable, as allows for ownership and self-sovereignty. That also comes with a very steep learning curve. In looking at each one of these brands, they contribute to the global economic engine in their own particular way. And so Continuum is actually monitoring each individual brand through 4 main quadrants, through Main Street, which is also, you can think of it as mainstream media, through Blockchain Street, which is all of the Web3 people I've met over the last 5 years and the thought leaders of the next decade, through Wall Street and the Capitol Hill market, and the capital markets that drive the global economic engine, specifically supply chains, commodities, energy, agriculture. Any blockchain brand that's touching that is going to have a big impact in terms of adoption. And finally, at Capitol Hill, they have the ability to pull things back if it's infringing on securities laws and things like that. All of those things are factors for every single blockchain brand, and that's not even getting started on what they have to do for ones and zeros, for data integrity, PII protection, GDPR compliance. There's a whole bunch of alphabet soup that is just standard in Web3 because we think that way in our Web3 community. What we found with Web2 coming into Web3 and creating that bridge, it feels very similar to when I used to do Fortune 500 legacy infrastructure upgrades, when we would move things from racks of servers into the cloud, or you would do an infrastructure upgrade to be able to enable geolocation and geofencing and these triggers. All of this comes down to the ability to track the ones and zeros. And from Continuum standpoint, that's all measurable. And we can track that through data science and create these really great tools that allow a novice like my cousin to come in and say, okay, where should I even start in Web3? So I would say that I personally believe we're not moving fast enough. Yes, we're moving very, very fast. But 5 years ago, I saw this great promise of what blockchain could be if we had global adoption and being able to do things like impact pollution, clean up our oceans, build upwards instead of outwards so that we're able to accommodate this many humans, have an impact positively towards the other animals and creatures and things on this planet, that it's not just all about the humans. I really feel that blockchain is a way to give a voice to an individual, no matter what that platform is or what that blockchain brand might be doing. That one contributor is now extremely important in achieving that vision. And that's what I see by the Jetsons future, where consumers truly have the power to leverage all that they do into this wealth generation capability that exists within peer-to-peer technology.
Indeed. And thank you, Christina. Ricky, we've undoubtedly become more virtual in the past 29 months than we have the past 29 years. You and I have shared in similar expressions of conversation in times past. But the powerful work that you're doing at TouchCast, with understanding enterprise and understanding community centralization, adoption, are we headed in a healthy direction when we look at the advent rise of NFTs and dApps and DAOs and crypto assets and the metaverse that David has made mention of? Are we going in a good direction? And if not, where should we be heading? And future forward, what does it look like from your lens?
Yeah, it's really interesting because there's so many different perspectives coming at this all at the same time. And to your point, I mean, the reason we're speaking, right, is it moving too fast or not fast enough? I think that we need to challenge ourselves to think about why we're doing certain things. Should we do certain things? Just because we can doesn't mean we should. I know that's a big beat of the drum that happens in product development. Just because we can doesn't necessarily mean we should, right? And I saw someone in the chat, I think Emily Wright, talk about how some people might not want XR Metaverse 3D worlds. And my thoughts on it is that there's some use cases that will adopt it quickly and benefit a lot. And there's some use cases where, you know, a 2D brochure makes sense. Like if I want to order a Chipotle burrito, I'm going to go to DoorDash. I don't need a 3D digital twin of a Chipotle to get access to a burrito. But there might be other use cases like what Starbucks just launched with their loyalty program and leveraging NFTs. And I think there's an interesting trend where a lot of these brands are focusing more on the value they can get from the technology and the use case they can associate with it versus all the buzzwords and all the hype. So like Starbucks hasn't mentioned NFTs once, but they're using NFTs for their loyalty program. So I think that's a big distinction is they don't want to polarize their existing audience of people that aren't early adopters. They're not like us where they're fully in on it and they have all the education, but they still want to introduce the innovation that we're creating in the space. So I think overall, we're moving in a pretty healthy direction. I think there's a few pieces of tension we're going to see continue to expand, which is centralization versus decentralization, which platforms are going to get the most adoption as we keep on building these spaces. My gut's going to say it's if you can provide more value to creators, that's where brands will end up following. And there's a few ways to do that. I think the Unreal Engine does a good job by product development. They've created an incredible product where even though Fortnite's centralized, the product is so good that creators benefit from that and are going to create great things in those worlds. They also take the open source strategy, which has some level of decentralization to it. And then you have blockchain worlds like Sandbox or Decentraland, where there's royalties and creators can financially benefit from those worlds. So wherever the creators end up going to produce content, that's where you're going to end up with the biggest audience and the biggest eyeballs. And I think brands will build on top of what happens with those creators. So overall, moving in a healthy direction, but there's still a lot floating around for deciding where we're going to end up in 5, 10, 20 years, right?
Indeed. Thank you, Ricky. Points well made. Jackie, turning to you and the wonderful work that you're doing with All Stars Women. Being that we're on the precipice of incredible adoption of these technologies that we're speaking of, and we all know that there's a great benefit in making sure that we have as many communities of culture and people to build out these technologies to make a better fundamental awareness of what it is building. I would speak to the adage that we want to hire the people that we want to buy our products. Jackie, are we doing enough to get women and leadership involved in this space? And if not, what can we do about it?
Okay, so the major thing about what's happening in Web3 is that people in Web2 are moving to Web3. So we have a lot of leadership that had been in Web2 before now that are now becoming leaderships in Web3. And of course, lots of those people are men. So you see CEOs, most of the CEOs of Web3 brands are men. Although we do have a lot of women coming up, but not as much as we would hope to have. So like for what we do in All Stars Women, what we're doing is creating a platform for women. Lots of women want to get into the space, but they don't have an idea how to go about it. They feel like if they can't code, if they don't know how to use all the tech jargon, they'll be lost. And so what we are creating for them is we're first of all educating them. So we have partners that we're working with, we're trying to create that platform for training first. And then again, we are also going to meet companies to tell them that you need to make it a priority. We're not going to pay lip service to just saying, oh, we're going to get women inclusive. We're talking about inclusion. We're talking about diversity, and people are just paying lip service. We are now actually going out and getting them to sign to say that we really are going to employ this quota of women in our organizations. Now, we might not be moving as fast as we want to, but we are creating the roadmap and the template so that we can drive that. Women are coming into the space. We do have a large community in All Stars Women where a lot of women, we have lots of women that are CEOs and all of that. But I think that there's still a whole lot of women that need to come in. So the first thing is training. And then the second thing is making that work by people really driving it and not just paying lip service to it, but being able to drive it. And then organizations adopting the culture of putting women leadership and making it paramount, and then probably getting penalized if they don't do that. Because in Web3, we are not doing Web2 all over again, but we are trying to change the culture. We're trying to change the way things have been done in the past. And that means that more women are included in leadership and not just speaking about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, and we thank you for your leadership as well. Christina, when we talk about this expansive space of Web3, as Ricky just made some incredible points on enterprise and Jackie about the need for leadership and growth, are we seeing a healthy and vital consortium, if you will, of companies finding their way in this expansive jungle that we call the Web3? Are we seeing some stability when it comes to enterprise and startup? And is there opportunity out there for companies and brands, as Ricky made mention of, to succeed and to grow in this very volatile space?
It's a great question and something that we've built into our business model at Continuum. So essentially showing their growth and showing them expanding, showing the partnerships and the crossover. Continuum is a 5-year network of trusted resources. And when someone like Beyonce or a sports athlete comes in and they want an NFT project, it's really important that they're connecting with the people that can actually get things done, whether that's code or marketing or product placement or sales, that this becomes a vernacular everyone can agree to these terms. I call it speaking blockchain. And I've definitely seen a remarkable curve uptick in innovators in the last 5 years. So when I joined in 2017, it was height of BTC right before the 2018 ICO craze. People were throwing money around with just buzzwords, right? A lot of those companies are not here anymore. And so when we have bear and bull markets, the bear markets tend to kind of thin out the herd, and you're left with people that have a very solid business plan and user adoption. So at Continuum, we're actually measuring for each brand the tech, team, and intentions. We're measuring their credibility, trust, and adoption metrics in order to connect them with other trusted resources to help them grow faster. There's a whole bunch of things that I know that maybe the world doesn't know because I'm up to my eyeballs in it every single day, talking with product founders and service providers and event producers that are trying to bring people together to the table to solve really big problems and make it very easy and turnkey for Web2 to come in a safe way without them needing to know all the things that I know. And so that's a huge piece of what Continuum is doing. We only deal with brands that are safe for you as consumers, specifically so we can help all of those trusted brands move faster. Every blockchain brand has the exact same challenges. Most of those challenges come to a head at Capitol Hill, and we're on the side of the blockchain brands to fight if we need to make changes or engage lobbying groups. These are very real conversations that the community at large in Web3, we talk about all of this in amongst ourselves. At Continuum, we want to bring that conversation much more publicly forward and show the brands like Starbucks, be able to show that Starbucks does have a blockchain component and that they are showing month over month growth because of that blockchain influence. And that expands bigger and bigger on our data vision at Continuum Market of showing the growth of the blockchain industry, ultimately coalescing with our data science product, Quandex, which will show the growth of the data the growth of the blockchain industry impact to the global economic engine and show that this is really something that makes the world go around.
Indeed. Thank you, Christina. Continuum's doing shepherd's work with your leadership. And we look at that, and here's a fascinating consideration that Ricky made mention of Starbucks, and now Christina has as well. Starbucks at one point was just one location. Now they've grown to be so expansive to where they're using NFTs, yet by a different name, if you will, when we talk about brand. It gives great lend of consideration how these new startups that are entering into this environment need guidance and need a way to be able to grow and foster in these environments. They understand leadership, and they certainly enjoy autonomy and may find themselves industrious, but the winds of war, if you will, of navigating in this terrain could be very interesting to find itself to be able to enter as an enterprise, if you will. But on that notion, we're seeing disruption, and I want to switch the topic to talk about disruption. When we look at centralization versus decentralization, let's talk about organizational structures. David Jean, you are an expert when we start to think about the conversation. For audience listening, we're going to delve into a second here and talk about DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations. You may have heard of it. You may have heard good stories, and Ricky, they may have heard bad ones, Jackie. But Christina, we're going to talk about this with the good sense of a spirit that let's look at it from more of a lens of optimism at the moment. David, can you give us the very cutting edge word of understanding of where DAOs are right now today and why they could benefit those that are listening?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Christopher, we've had a lot of personal discussions around DAOs and how powerful it is in terms of restructuring how we work today. But in short, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, it's short for decentralized autonomous organization. So if you think about today's corporate structure, it's shaped like a pyramid. There's a few stakeholders, board members, executives that are up on top that are making all the decisions for the company or entity. And for DAOs, it's going to be really cool. What it basically is like a bunch of like-minded people form an organization together, but instead of a pyramid, of course, being small at the top with leadership and being centralized leadership, it's inverted. Everyone actually gets to have a vote and a say based on the DAO, based on your contributions, how much you put into the DAO, how much you work for the DAO, and then you get to reap the benefits without having a central entity eat it up all on top. We all see the disparity with CEO salaries versus the people who are actually on the front lines of work. But with DAOs, it totally changes the dynamic. So I always kind of explain it like almost like fan clubs. You could be a fan club towards music or social giving or the environment and form businesses or entities around that and structure it as a DAO where people are voting, it's more democratized, and it's all for the better good, and everyone kind of reaps the rewards versus just a few on top.
Indeed. Thank you, David. Jackie, community. It's been made mention of all throughout today, all through our speakers and earlier roundtable discussion. I must ask, when we talk about community and representation globally, are we seeing all continents involved in this growing sphere of technology that we call Web3? And if not, how do communities come together to corral and to be able to find and share and exchange different cultures to be able to start forming human ecosystems towards building together?
Okay, I think that's a very interesting question. The major thing about communities is that first of all, what's going on in the continents is that lots of continents are quickly catching on where Web3 is concerned. At different, areas, in different areas they have their strengths, but there are different ways that they are coming on board in Web3. And how they are doing that is through communities. Now these communities are very, very essential, like what you're doing right now, creating this event. You're using it to drive community. I'm in Africa, Christina is somewhere in the US, and everybody is in different parts of the world, and they are all connecting to this conference. So by connecting to this conference, in a sense, we're building community. So by hosting things like this all over the world, you're driving people to think the same way. Because if people are listening to this from Australia, they're listening to this from Africa, they're listening to this from the US, and then they can listen to what Ricky is saying, they can listen to what all those wonderful speakers have said, it helps them to think alike. It helps a community in Africa to be thinking the same way community in the US is thinking. So when we host events, it's not just about maybe driving the hype and maybe selling products. We are also engaging communities, causing them to think the same way, causing them to grow the same way. For me personally, in driving communities, I know lots of people have said different things about communities, but for me personally, I think that there should be some sort of synergy with communities based on product type. So if, for instance, I have a product in Africa that is doing exactly the same thing as what Christina is doing in her own country, there should be a way to synergize her community and my community so that we can drive the same energy and achieve more. Because when we do the same thing, when she's doing the same thing, I am doing the same thing, there's a lot of duplicity in in things that people are bringing out. That's why when you see a product, this one is somebody is bringing a particular product out, it's similar, and you're thinking, oh, I've heard something like this before. And you hear somebody else bring out the same product, and oh, I've heard the same thing. So it's not going to drive innovation if people are doing the same thing but are bringing it and driving it under one community. But it will drive innovation if people can come together and synergize, unify their community, and then grow together. So I like what we're doing. We are doing the same thing in All Stars Women. So we have communities in Africa, we have communities in Brazil, we are doing the same thing in Dubai, in Saudi Arabia. So it's the same thing we're doing, but we are bringing the communities together and we are causing them to come and synergize, so that at the end of the day, we are able to achieve a common goal. So yes, lots of people are talking about community, but the major thing about community is driving a particular goal. So if we are not working together, if we know that I have a product, what I'm doing is the same thing as what Christopher is doing, then it's very important that we come together and we synergize. And not only do we synergize, but we bring our communities together. That way, adoption will be faster, and then communities will go bigger, and then other people all over the world can be doing similar things at the same time.
Indeed, it speaks to an adage of, say, for Simon Sinek, people don't buy products and services, they buy culture. And to me, when we think about culture and integration in the technology itself, that starts with people and human centricity. A wonderful point to be made, Ricky. I have to ask, decentralization itself. For some, it's a word of taboo, and for others, it's embraced almost as a utopian consideration or fantasy. From your lens and what you're seeing in technology, when we talk about decentralization, which it seems to me that there may be a colloquialism in it of understanding, but then sometimes it feels like it's something more. What is decentralization for you? And as we hear it today, under the auspices of Web3, is it a good thing?
So it's interesting because I think that the main people that are the loudest when they're talking about decentralization is mostly the kind of crypto native community, like the people that are really core to the space from a blockchain perspective. But the reality is, if you think about how society works, even before the internet, like if we go back a couple thousand years, we've always worked together with different skill sets. Like you might have one guy who's a blacksmith who's going to make your sword, and someone else who's a farmer who's growing your crops. And like as a society, we develop different skills. We all have our own traits as people, and we provide value to a community with that trait. And with the blockchain, you can't expect every person to be a cybersecurity expert. You can't expect every person to do absolutely everything on their own. So I think that the idea of decentralization is people feeling hurt that there's a couple of companies that are controlling too much of data, and they want to break that up a little bit, and they're trying to find a way that's on the other extreme to counteract that. But there is this value decentralization that we can't ignore, that if we are working together as a community and we have trusted kind of experts for certain things and certain use cases, like that's not going to go away. We even see it in the blockchain with centralized exchanges, right? Like most people are buying their crypto from something like a Coinbase, right? And so I lean personally towards the side that centralization is not going anywhere. We're never going to go to a fully decentralized state. I don't think it would actually be good for us if we did. But there are things that can be more spread out, where we don't have to have all of the power in one place. We can find ways to share that amongst a few different parties, or with things like DAOs or other structures, to create more equality and more inclusivity across the board. There is one thing I want to circle back on community, though, that I think is really interesting, because I think that there's this new phenomenon going on in the enterprise world around customer advocacy, where companies are starting to shift their approach to sales and shift their approach to marketing to focus more on customer needs. That's why we're seeing the trend of product-led growth and ways to get customers less friction to adopt products, give us more feedback, be a part of the value chain, a part of the buying experience with us, versus us against them, like the old school car insurance salesman, right? And there was this meme that went on viral on LinkedIn the other day, and I thought it was very funny, but it also is a great reflection of Web3. This guy created a fake LinkedIn profile where he was a account manager for Netflix, a uncertified genius for Apple, and like basically an advertising target for Facebook. Like, he made himself a customer as an employee for all these different companies. Very funny. It's great that it went viral. But if you think about it, there's a lot of truth in that. Like, one of his responsibilities for Apple was showing grandma how to use my iPhone. And so I think it's a good thing for us to remember that our customers are, in a way, a part of our culture as a business. They're not separate to us. We're offering them value, but they're offering us value back, mostly in revenue, but also in sharing ideas with other customers and building on top of what we're creating internally, giving us feedback so we develop better products. So I think I just wanted to emphasize that community aspect of things. I think that's the future of business, is leading with empathy, inclusivity, and less customer targeting and more community development.
What an incredible point when we start to think about decentralization versus centralization in the customer service apparatus. We know that companies and platforms, let's say such as Amazon, are really striving and make emphasis on customer service, try as they might. But in some ways, it is a great experience for some. But customer service is so central and key to maintaining the integrity of the current disposition of a platform, Ricky, and great points that are met, especially when considering that while we want decentralization to arrive, centralization will not just disappear into a vat of nothingness, if you will. I must ask, though, Christina, we talk about the power of blockchain. We look at proof of work and proof of stake and proof of history, loyalty, and all different variances. You made mention of the 5 years ago, what blockchain looked like. I want to ask, from 5 years ago to today, and 5 years ahead, what is the power of the blockchain?
Well, I love that you said the blockchain. There's a lot of people that refer to blockchain as the blockchain. I can't wait to meet the blockchain one day. I'm looking forward to that. The conglomeration of the 50 or so blockchains that are empowering brands to do things they've never been able to do before. Those 50 blockchains have tools like, so we'll start at the beginning. So they have tools like an actual cryptocurrency that is used for exchange of goods and services. Then they have more things that used to be called utility tokens. At Continuum, we call them Chuck E. Cheese tokens. They have value within the four walls, but it would take an external force to say that they have value anywhere else. And that's where we're seeing that blend start happening. There's a lot of other places going, I'll take your token. I'll let you take your Chuck E. Cheese token and buy real cheese with it. That's what Capitol Hill's really upset about, by the way. But it also allows for folks to be able to contribute. And what a term that we use in Web3, own your data, own your content, get the middleman out of the payment system. So that peer-to-peer system really eliminates the need for middlemen. Well, middlemen services is what makes the global economic engine go around. It's what we've built almost all capitalism on up until now. So blockchain enablement allows for, number one, first thing is data validation. You can go all the way to the blockchain to see that that transaction happened, and that transaction can't happen unless it had the funds to move it in the first place. So understanding that piece of blockchain is a fundamental cornerstone to understanding the potential of Web3. Disrupting middlemen and creating this peer-to-peer infrastructure now allows us to have the next layer up, which is payment gateways and railways and integration layers. That's where your digital assets are really coming into it. I own this thing, and that gives me the right to do X, Y, and Z. Those things can all be managed under smart contracts, and the ownership of the asset can go as specific as a one-of-one, unique, you know exactly where it came from by assigning an NFT to that. Now that can be a digital asset, a physical asset, or a combo of the both, something in Web3 we call phygital. And when standard household name brands are starting to understand the participatory reward economies behind these blockchain infrastructures, that's where the consumer behavior really starts to go, I don't need to know why it works, it just works. And there's these extra things in my bank account or these extra things in my wallet that allow me to have asset and value out in the real world. Now I can take loans against that. There is an entire like wealth generation spiral that happens when you as a human, whether you're a content creator, a coder, a speaker, a consultant, whatever you do in the world can be yours through blockchain, and that you can go all the way down to the granular checkbox that yes, it actually happened. How do you know? Because I can look at the blockchain it was built on. We put all those together, all 50 of them or so, collectively they become the blockchain. And that's kind of what we're talking about with Web3 is if you can do this, then you can do this. If you can do that, then you can do this. And it grows exponentially really, really fast. And that's why Capitol Hill is essentially putting so much review on what these guidelines need to look like. This week, Gary Gensler of the SEC will actually be at a Senate hearing testifying basically SEC being on trial for why the SEC wants to regulate crypto in the way that it wants to, and would there be other options. At Continuum, we've been following along what the politicians are doing. And state by state, we're seeing massive changes towards the concept of policy inclusion that is pro-crypto. Side note, also a lot of pro-cannabis things that are happening on the state level because the American global economy is changing. COVID changed everything, and now everybody has a different set of expectations of what that Jetsons future could look like if they could really empower the work that their hands and their mind does into tangible assets in their wallet.
Indeed. Outstanding, Christina. And thank you for the refinement in understanding the blockchain versus blockchain. We need it. I have to ask David, as I'm sitting here listening to the expressions of community by Jackie and Ricky, and Christina clearly showing that there's a framework that's grown over time and that we're looking at legal and governance structures and regulation and better understanding this technology and how people will find ways to be able to govern. I have to ask, you've been in the halls of Dapper Labs, which is a very well-known entity in Web3, if you will, and also with Facebook and spending time and now of an X status. What do you want to see when it comes to Web3 in the future moving forward? And how might there be social sustainability and impact in what it is that you would like to see in this space?
Yeah, I mean, I may have a very controversial view, but I think we need more governmental regulation. Some of the stuff that Christina was talking about, there's a large section of the world's population that still think NFTs and crypto are scams, right? And, when we have some of our, forerunner leaders in the space, like, Sam Friedman, who started FTX, he has all of his company stationed offshore outside of the United States, just for tax and governmental purposes. That's not right. And so that already sends a signal that, hey, look, things just aren't as clear and as protective for investment. So I see more governance coming down. I see that in the future. People feel more secure. People invest in this asset. Two, I think we already have kind of a framework and a playbook of what we learned from this first explosion of NFTs. In 2020, I think we made like 94 million in revenue of all of the NFT space, non-fungible tokens, ownership of digital assets. That first wave came out as art and collectibles because people kind of understand that. And then, of course, in 2021, I mean, we saw a jump from 94 million up to 24 billion, I believe. You know, that's a huge jump in 1 year's time. So what did that beta test prove out? That proved out people are interested in owning digital content. People are interested in speculating and investing in NFTs that might be more valuable later. But at the same time, the third is that, you know, we know from this bear market, you know, NFTs, you know, they're going to be due for a correction. I don't think people are going to be like, yeah, I want to spend several hundred thousands for a JPEG. And even though all the cool things they could possibly do with that ownership, like franchise it out, create the additional products, I think a lot of those promises probably won't give way in the coming years. So there's probably going to be kind of like a correction in terms of how people are investing in NFTs. But, you know, I think, so yeah, to sum it up, I see more regulation, so people are more interested in the space, so people feel safe. And two, just the idea of digital ownership, that's going to then parlay into many other things like utility, access, that we just haven't figured out yet either.
Indeed, David. Thank you. Jackie, what do you want from the future of Web3?
Okay, what I want from the future of Web3 is just for people to make more money, for creators to be able to access the funds that is theirs, you know, and also for us to be able to create more use cases to incorporate more industries. Like I'm seeing a whole lot of things going on in the medical field. So if we can include more of Web3 into the medical field, you know, solve problems, because actually what Web3 is supposed to do is to solve problems. So when you create enough use cases, then you're able to solve problems. So when you solve problems, you make money. So if people can get more problems solved in the space that incorporates other industries, that will solve problems, that would create more adoption, and that would create a bigger and better playground for everybody in the space. So that's what I see.
Thank you, Jackie. Ricky, ultimately, is Web3 a value add for corporations as we know it?
Oh, definitely. I think it's going to take some time because for very large companies, they develop these antibodies, right? Where they don't like to change quickly because they have something that's so stable and so functional, and it get that big. And so any disruption to that, like people might explore it, and then if they don't see immediate value quickly enough, then they might get sucked back through those antibodies to stability. It's really difficult to disrupt big companies to make a big change. So the thing I always like to remind people is just, again, this is not a full 180 on what we've already been doing for the last 20, 30 years, right? Like the words have taken off so much and we've associated them with monkey pictures selling for millions of dollars, to where I think there's been a lot of distraction from the core of what's really happening. And the reality is it's just an extension of where we've already been. Technology has been innovating for a while. And I was just reading a book by Eric Redmond, who's the founder of technical innovation at Nike. And there's a great quote in that book where he talks about what deep tech is and the importance of innovation for businesses. Every business has to be a tech company. That's the future. Technology is just using less resources to achieve better results. And if you look at the technology that's most innovative right now, it's things that yesterday would have not been conceivable. Today, it's barely even possible. And in the future, they're going to be so prevalent that we won't even be able to consider what life was like without them. And that technology on that list is blockchain, AI, 3D printing, extended reality, quantum computing. Like these are the things that if you're a CEO or a CMO or a CTO, you have to be thinking about these things for driving that innovation, not catching the wave on someone else. Because anything you're not creating, you're outsourcing. And it's always going to be more efficient for you to be driving forward than it is for you to be hopping on for the other person in your industry, right?
Indeed. The cacophony of the mixture between customer service, which is expressed by you, Ricky, David, with regards to regulation, and Jackie, with wealth sustainability. It seems to me that we're looking at a great opportunity for companies and corporations, for people, to really find ways to reward, but at the same time share in relatability to the customer, and maybe even drive revenue and capital opportunities for what they do and how they operate it seems to me that there's something that's so inherently favorable when it looks to the outlook of what Web3 does, as opposed to looking at decentralization of removing centralization. How about looking at Web3 as something that enhances centralization and at the same time gives people an opportunity to enjoy and explore on their own opportunities of autonomy, if you will, when it comes to their own ventures and industrious hearts that are setting sail into the wilds of the world. Christina, we'll route this to you. The future of Web3, from your lens, what do you want it to be?
As Continuum measures the blockchain industry into the next decade, specifically the 2030 goals that we have for moving the industry forward, we would like to see an equitable future where no matter your geolocation on the planet, that you have access to revenue-making opportunities through digital platforms. We would like to see ownership of digital assets be classified in a tactful way that makes sense for the participating economies. We would like to see the innovation from the technologists that can do these things with ones and zeros. We'd like to see it be welcome in the US so that the US is actually generating those tax revenues. We also would like to see a lot of the things that we call save the world that fall in the Jetsons future section around pollution cleanup, clean air, healthy food, the supply chains that make the world go around. We would like to see those things happen. We also see, the gig economy being a huge factor here, taking your car as an asset, as an Uber driver, or loaning it out to another Uber driver. That can be taken all the way down to, your bread maker is loaned within your community of trusted people, right? All of these things, they require gateways and digital identities. So we would like to see the structure in the US be positive towards receiving that type of innovation so that these blockchain brands can bring these solutions to the public no matter where they are on the planet. And I think that's going to be incredibly important for us to evolve as a human species together as we start to move off planet into the space economy, some of the afterlife economies that are happening, these things that Wall Street doesn't really talk about, but the ones and zeros can do it. The AI can do it. And we need to be cognizant where we want to go as a human species when we empower that technology, because some pretty disastrous things can happen if you allow technology to try and make decisions based off of previous human behavior. So the way you train your AI and the way you train your ones and zeros is going to be absolutely critical. That's a big piece of our vetting process at Continuum upfront, understanding tech, team, and intentions. What are you actually trying to do, and what does it mean to my cousin?
Well expressed. And to the audience that's with us, that's had the opportunity to sojourn with these expressions, we ask that you individually reach out to those that have expressed from their lens of a perspective of whether we've been moving fast enough or too fast. It seems to me that we have a long way to go. And the faster we get there, the better it will be for more available tool and utility of accessibility, and a more equal Web3 will only make our communities stronger. That said, Ricky, Jackie, and Christina, and David, we have thoroughly enjoyed this conversation and discussion. There will be people that will come and look at this for days and weeks and months to come and our GatherVerse.Live. And to the audience and those that are with us, join us tomorrow morning as we have more wood to chop and seeds to plant, as we continue to further explore this Web3 world from a humanity-first perspective. And with GatherVerse, humanity first in accessibility, education, equality, community development, safety, and privacy and wellness are so central to what we believe in that if we're going to extend reality, then we must bring reality with it. And if we're going to succeed at anything in technology, then everyone must have the opportunity to build it. And so you've heard from more expressions of voices of people beyond hardware and software of whom we make these things for. We hope that everyone's keeping safe and well. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. May our gather continue to be well. Thank you. Good night.